All right, everybody, welcome to the stream. We are here today to discuss and look at Godzilla Junior and Destoroyah Evolution set. This is a combined pack. It will be the third release for Junior and the second release for the Destoroyah Evolution set. Here's how the schedule is going to go today. We are going to open up this first box. We're going to take a look at them initially, and then we're going to open up 3 other boxes because we have 4 to get through, 4 packs of these. That's 16 figures total. The way it's going to go, though, is we will look at just the sculpt and paint of each figure individually. Then we will go over the articulation of each one individually. And then we will go into the variance comparison. This is when we compare the different paint between different releases between these sets so that you guys can get a better idea of what to expect when it comes to that. And then after that, we will do comparisons with the original Junior and the Special Color Junior and the original Destoroyah Evolution set. And then if we have time for it, we'll see how we're doing on time and everything, because we do have a lot to get through today. We will do some size comparisons, and then after that, we will do just a chill Q&A session. So the last 2 parts are kind of tentative. It just depends on how long this is going to take. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get started over here. All right, here we are, guys. Here's the box. There's your side, back side of it, other side, and then there's your front, and then there's your back underneath it right there. So it is made in China for the whole entire set right there. It's got a little bit of a glossy finish on the... It's kind of interesting when they decide to pick which times they want to do gloss. Like, it's gloss over the text and over the figure. Sometimes it's a matte finish throughout the whole entire thing. There's no extra notes on the back of this right here. It's just, just telling you what's inside the set for the most part. So no personal comments from Shinichi Wakasa or anything like that. To let you guys know who sculpted what here, on the crab form, the little small crab form was sculpted by Yuji Sakai. And then as far as the other forms go, originally Tamashi had said it was under Shinichi Wakasa, but it actually isn't Shinichi Wakasa after all. It was actually people on his team that did it. So, and I don't remember their names, unfortunately. I'll have to post it later. So here is the manual right here, guys. It is a double-page manual. So here it is. The front page right here mainly talks about, how to assemble the figures. So the first one is the crab form. The second one is the aggregate. Underneath it on the left side right over here, that talks about the new pedestals that were included. Those pedestals right there are brand new. That was not even mentioned in the description. So that's a big surprise to everybody. It wasn't until like a photo released later in production they showed them. I'm like, oh, that's different. And then on the back side of the paper right here, you have the how to assemble the alternate head. There's an alternate head that has a extended inner jaw, kind of like the Alien movies. There's also a little jaw piece inside of the original head. If you guys didn't know, there is an extendable jaw in the actual aggregate head itself, but you have to poke it out. And then there's the flying form. They're just saying to be very delicate with it, especially the tail area can droop after some time if it's not supported. And then you have Junior, of course, at the very bottom right there. So that is that schedule right there. Here's what it looks like in the clamshell. Pretty cool. So, but let's get it open. Let's take a look at this guy. Okay, so let's take a look at Junior first, taking Junior out. Junior is looking fantastic. Look at that right there. Looking real nice. Paint job is excellent. It does very much look like a nighttime version of Junior. Lots of different paint effects I can already tell on this. So there's Junior for you. Let's see here. We also have the crab form right here. So there's the crab form. It doesn't come assembled on the back side of it, so you'll have to plug that in. On the back side, there is the tail right here. There is no articulation in the crab form. It just plugs in like so. That's it. It just plugs in. The only things that move on this, yeah, we'll get more into that later actually, when we actually do the articulation. So there's the crab form. Then we have our aggregate form right here. The aggregate form is a little bit bigger. Let me just kind of spread that out a little bit. So here is the aggregate. There you go. Tail is not assembled on the back side of it, so you will have to do that yourself. And that's just inside right here. You just take this and just plug it in on the back side. Make sure you are... It's easy to tell which is the bottom and which is the front. The bottom of it, there's not a red line on paint on it. Also, it's not as spiky. The top of it's more spiky. So you just take that and plug it in. Plugs in just nice and easy like that. And then just see if we can get these legs a little bit more adjusted. So there's that there for you. Remove the aggregate off to the side right here. Inside, we've also got the flying form right here. So here is the flying form. The flying form comes fully assembled, so you don't have to actually disassemble anything. But fully assembled. No flight stand, unfortunately. And then we have the headpiece right here. This is the headpiece with a big old extended... It never did this in the movie. I don't even know why Toho wanted them to do it this way, but they did. So there's this extra long headpiece in there. And then the last parts, which was brand new, is the pedestal parts right here. That's, you know, these guys right here. This little clear parts right here, these go... this is for long-term display. The idea is that you take these guys and you can put them, slot these guys into these parts right here. And I guess that there were some complaints, maybe in Japan. I don't know about here, but I'll have to look at the manual to see how to do this exactly. But, oh, I see. It just plugs in like that on the side. Yeah. So, but I guess that there were some complaints that the tips were getting bent over time. This is to protect that for your long-term display. You can use these right here. So that's these guys for that one, for the crab form. And the aggregate is the same way. They have these guys right here as well. So they look like that. So they're whatever, you know, it's just like, I personally, I would rather take the flight stand over what we just got right there. So let me pop that back on right there, and oops, that's upside down. We'll kind of look at these guys really quick. Let me show you guys the flight stand, actually, that it comes with, or that you can purchase separately. So this is the flight stand that they showed inside of a lot of their promo. It's this guy right here, which is actually not a flight stand, like I said. This is a Tamashii human axe stand that you can purchase separately. It's sold on Amazon for, it's a 2-pack actually. It's sold for like 12 bucks basically. So you can purchase this separately. You can get your flying form in there, and it's got this hook part. And it just goes like that. So that's how you do that right there. So pretty cool. I wish it came with it. Kind of a bad move right there, in my opinion, of removing it from the set, but that's just what they ended up doing. So unfortunately, you have to purchase it separately. It even says it in the manual too. It says you must purchase it separately now, whereas before it was going to be packaged together. So I don't know what happened, but that's what did. So let's take a closer look here at these guys. I don't know if, yeah, this should be in focus. So yeah, here's Junior again. Looking great. And then we've got the crab form assembled now. And then we have our aggregate. The aggregate's so cool. It's really cool. And then that's the aggregate. Flying form one more time. There you go. And then let's look at, well, we'll look at the others now. So we'll look at the accessories closer later. So that's kind of what they look like right there. Let's get these guys out for our variance stuff here. All right, so here is our second junior. This one kind of like, I think it's just because I just pulled it apart too hard, but it kind of exploded on the inside in here. There we go. Here's our aggregate, or this is our crab form right here. It just plugs in. There's our crab form. And then we have our aggregate. When you guys are plugging in the tail right here, you got to be very careful because this thing is really spiky. You don't want to cut yourself by accident, you know? But it doesn't plug in, it doesn't take a lot of force to plug it in or anything like that. It just smoothly pops on. There's our aggregate. Trying to keep these organized here on this. Okay. And then our flight form. All right. And our manual for that as well. Two more to go. It's interesting how they packaged the manual in there because it looked like it was just more, it had been crushed, but when I pulled it out, it was fine. So there's that. What the heck is going on here? Why can't I grip this? There we go. I'm like, where's the opening? All right. And then here is our third aggregate here. So let's plug in the tail on this. So far, so good. Everything's been assembled, pulling it out. Let's try this, plugging this in. This one's a little bit more of a push. There we go. Just had it angled incorrectly. And it looks like I did lose, because I accidentally touched it really hard. We'll go ahead and get this one out. One of the things to be careful about if you guys don't own this set just yet, and it's your first time, one of the things that you want to watch out for are the little appendages on the bottom of the aggregate form, because that there, oh boy, they're all on like, it's kind of interesting. It's like, it's a ball joint that they rest on, but the ball joint doesn't actually move itself. So it's just the tips that move. So if they're not seated all the way, they will fall off. Okay. Put that one off to the side there. There's so many to go through today. We have so much to go through. All right. Keep these organized in some sort of fashion right here. So what I'm going to do, when I do the flyby, right before we get into the actual stuff, we'll put each one up individually for those flyby moments right there. Goodness, get out. There we go. Okay, one more to go. I can figure out why you're not going in there. There you go. Okay, last one to get out. And so far, everything I've pulled out, it's all been assembled for the most part. Nothing, no issues. Nothing's fallen off. It's always a good thing, right? So, and then we got our flying form here for this last one. That all looks good right there. They do have these marked, by the way, right and left side on the actual blister, by the way. So if you're wanting to make sure you got it the right way, that would probably be good to pay attention to that. Unlike I have. Whoops. Yeah, I gotta say, just from initial impressions, I'm actually digging a lot of the coloration that I'm seeing on these guys over the original set. Specifically for the aggregate and the crab form, the crustacean form. I'm a little meh on the flight form though. And I think you guys will see why when I bring out the original. Okay, and then the crab form here. And then we'll be able to showcase these guys all in a row, and then I can see your guys' questions on the chat. Yeah, everything was assembled. You know, I remember with the original set, there was always the little appendages on the bottom that were always, you know, falling off in some of the unboxings that people did, but this one was pretty solid. There was no any major issues or anything like that, so that's pretty cool. Maybe a difference of production. Okay, so that is it. Let me get behind the camera over here and we will go from there. Okay. All right, everybody. So let's see here. Let me just take a look at our chat really quick. We've got all right. Okay. We're good to go, guys. All right. First impressions of these guys before the close-ups. I'm digging them. You know, I'm digging them. This is from No G Collecting right here. He's asking, you know, first impressions on these guys. They're pretty cool. I'm digging Junior. I'm digging the aggregate, and I'm digging the crab form. I have some thoughts on the flying form over here, though. So, without more ado, so here's what we're gonna do. I need to organize these in a certain way here. So here's the second one. We're gonna just do flybys of each of these one by one. So let me just kind of organize these in a certain way here. Okay. So I'm gonna put all the juniors up first. Let me see if I can get these in a better pose, actually. Sometimes when they put these in the box, they don't actually do that. Tringus is asking, do they have any dry brushing or other colors? There are other colors on Junior, and I think you'll definitely see that when we're going in there. It's very similar to how the first one was done with the shading effects, so that is also present in the night color version here. So that's pretty cool that they kept that inside. There is some dry brushing, especially on the chest right here. Man, I love the Junior is like such a cool figure. Like, if you guys have watched the Kaiju Kingdom's recent podcast that they did, I was on that as a guest star, and we were just kind of talking about, you figures that were kind of milestones within the line, and I think Junior is one of those milestones when it came to articulation engineering. I give the set an 8 out of 10. My only issue... Uh-oh. What's going on here? Bit of a delay, I guess. Yeah, I give the set 8 out of 10. My only issue is the lack of stand for the flying form. Yeah, that's true. It is. Curious about the articulation for Junior. Yeah, there's some green on there for sure. Okay, and then the last one here. Just kind of straighten out the arms because they have the arms posed kind of funny inside the container right there. But yeah, Junior's looking pretty sick. I think if you've never owned Junior before, you guys are going to like this figure a lot. Okay. All right, let's get a little bit closer to this set right here. All right. Okay, so here is Junior in all his glory. Yeah, so you got some greens inside there, some highlights of greens on the chest. On the legs specifically, there is a lot going on right there with the legs. Different shades of like a darker forest green kind of thing. So let's look at the side. So here's your side view. And then let's look at the back view of these guys. Just get them more angled like that. So yeah, there's the whole set right there. So that's these guys. Let's take a look at the crab forms next, okay? I'll put that one all the way in the back. Why'd I do that? So here are the crab forms. So there's all of our crabs right there. Bring this up a little bit more. Bring this a little bit closer. Okay, so there's our crabs. They look great. we'll look at the side view. Something crab rave, I love it. And then let's look at the back side of these guys. Yeah, it's very well done. For small figures, yeah, they're definitely really well done. I'm impressed. And I was impressed with the originals too when they were out. Okay, so let's look at the aggregate now. The aggregate. So the aggregate is fully articulated, you know, everywhere. So you're going to have a lot of balancing acts that you're going to have to do with this. And I can tell you right off the bat that the articulation in the legs is super smooth compared to the original release. That's for sure. I'll probably bring these guys a little bit further back, actually. Oh no. Here is the third one. Yeah. Third one, and here is the last one right here. Yeah, when they're bundled up in the box, they have the legs folded inward, so you're gonna have to adjust them accordingly. All right, here are the aggregates. Question, is the aggregate supposed to be bigger than Junior? You know, in the movie, it does appear to be bigger than Junior, but I'd say that it's kind of on the smaller side when you compare it to Junior. We got the Nuldos saying, I wonder which Destoroyah they look better paired with. I think that they are going to look better paired with the special color version, because they do have a lot of dusty effect to them versus like a night color. But some of these didn't appear in the night. Only the crab form was really the nighttime variant. The other ones were, you know, daytime. So, but yeah, look at the paint on this, like, so cool. Let's take a look at the side view of these guys. And then let's take a look at the back side. You have to kind of swivel these legs so that they're kind of outward. There's our backside view. Very well done. Okay, let's take a look at the flying form. So on this one right here, I'm going to take it off that stand that I have it on right now so that we can just have them all on the ground. Okay, so there's that. We've got that one. And we got this guy right here. And then we have our last one right here. I can get him off the ground. There it is. Okay. So there's all 4 of them right there. Let's zoom in. Let's do a side view. And then let's look at the back view here. Not much of a back view that we're gonna get. Maybe I'll do like a top view. Let's do that. Let's do top view. There's that. And then we'll flip these over so you guys can see the bottom. I'm gonna flip them this direction. I feel like I went fishing and I caught some weird creature. There's the upside down. Okay. So, yeah, I have some thoughts about the flying form for sure, and we'll get more into that in just a second. For now, we're gonna take a closer look at each one. Looking at the chat here. Kaijumi says, S.H.M doesn't use the kaiju stats for scale, if I'm not mistaken, more the actual scale seen in the movies. Yeah, it's a relative scale, so they kind of look at photos when they come up with the scaling, but they don't look at the official stats. Yeah, they don't do that. Yeah, but people always ask for proper scaling, so if they did do that, that would make it proper sizes, but obviously they gotta make them leeway for articulation and such, yeah. Yeah, the crab form, so that everybody knows, the crab form is meant to scale with Burning Godzilla, whereas the aggregate is more or less scaled for Junior, and then the flying form is also scaled for Junior as well. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna look at Oh, one more comment from Epsilon here. I think the scale they go with is more vibes based because sometimes the figure scale doesn't line up with the movies. Yeah, so that's what we call relative scale, right? It's relative scaling, which means it's just partially kind of made up in sometimes. Okay, so, and that was the answer that they gave us a while ago. It's like, you know, when you come up with a scale, what is it? And they're like, oh, it's relative scaling. There's no official scale set. It's just that we look at photos when we make them and kind of base it off of that. And then there's the manufacturing process to consider as well. Yeah, Hedera, for example, or sorry, Hedera, for example, that one is, that is a good case of the scale was meant to be like the older scale. So 1964 Godzilla scales very well with that figure, but now that 1972 Godzilla is out, it kind of doesn't look that great anymore. Okay, really quick, guys, I gotta take a quick water break here, and then we will do a close-up of Junior here. Man, it is hot here. Woo. I know it's not as hot as the East Coast, but goodness. Okay, so let's take a closer look at Junior right here. So we're gonna get him real close. We're gonna zoom on in. So here is Junior. Yeah, you know, paint and detail, it's looking good. You know, we've got that dark forest green color. You've got some light dry brushing on the chest right there. And then you also have some additional weathering effect right there on the thighs. And the toes, you know, they're all right. There's some minimal shading right there. Let's look at the side. You guys can see all that weathering, that nice black forest green kind of color that's in there. Looks really good. And let's look at the back side of it. It's a smaller figure, so there's not too much to look at, really. The dorsals are all right. You know, they're not anything to write home about. It's mostly one color. Some minimal dry brushing throughout of it, but for the most part, it's kind of just one shade throughout. Let's look at the tail right here. It's not bad though. Definitely dig in the, just kind of put it on its side right here so we can see those colors better on the chest. Yeah, that light green is kind of like the original color of it right there. That's kind of coming through. So that is Junior for the most part. The eyes, they look good. The eyes are looking like they are, let me see, looking at this closer myself here. So the eyes are decals for this figure. They're not dot matrix. Yeah, they're not dot matrix. They are definitely I'm going to try something really quick, actually. One second, guys. I want to try something here. I have a new lens on this camera, so I want to try something here. Not really sure what that does. Well, I was trying something. Didn't seem to work. So either way, that's why we experiment. Okay. So that's Junior right there. Junior looks pretty swell. The inner mouth looks good. The teeth look great too, for as small those little teeth are and everything. They look fantastic. Let's go and look at the crab form now. All right, so here is the crab. Let's bring this up a little bit higher. All right, so there's the crab form. Front of it looks really great. The blending on the front is nice, especially towards this part right here on the crest. The paint that they did over on the chest is all right. It's not something I'm over the moon about. I feel like the original did a better job. I think you're going to see a lot of variance between all of them when it comes to the paint on the chest right there. But I do like the paint that they've done right here on the sides. That looks pretty swell. The stuff that they've done on the limbs and whatnot is blended very nicely too. Look at the side of it. Yeah, look at that. I will say that in the original promo, it did seem like it was going to be a lighter coloration. More dusty. But it's definitely it still has some of that original saturation on there, but I think it's better balanced this time around. So overall, paint-wise, I think it looks really cool on the crab form, as well as Junior. It looks really cool. They did a pretty good job. Let's look at the underside of it right there. The underside of it is, you know, it's not pretty looking, that's for sure. But it's definitely, it's not bad looking though. There is, it may be hard to tell, but there is some black paint in between all of the tail right there, so it's not just all red. Yeah, you can see a little bit better now. So, but that's that. Looks good. Let's look at the aggregate now. Okay. So here is the aggregate. Let's zoom out so we can get the whole thing in the shot there. So there's the whole aggregate. Yeah, the Destoroyah eyes are fairly small. And you know what's really cool? I will tell you the big difference between the original and this one when it comes to their eye paint is that they are actually a gold metallic paint this time around in the eyes, whereas before they weren't. So it has this like kind of glow effect in there. I think it's pretty sweet. Let's zoom in. Yeah. The chest looks nice on this. Look at the side view. Let's just do an angle view really quick. Yeah, I love how the eye, it's got that gold in there. Here's your side view. Paint on the crest is very well done. The spikes, it's got some nice blending right there. The claws, even the legs have nice blending effects on that. The tail looks okay. Let's look at the back side. Yeah, looks really nice. All right, let's look at the flying form now. Yeah, I like the aggregate. The aggregate's paint is fantastic. I love it. Let's look at the flying forms. All right, with the flying form, let's get that mouth open there. There we go. So here is the flying form. So one of the things that I'm noticing, one of the big things that I have a big issue with this is that the horn is no longer translucent. It was advertised in the promo images to have a translucency. Now it is fully painted over. The horn is probably still translucent plastic, but they've just painted it over it with an opaque paint now. So the translucency is gone. There's no more translucent horn. So that's one of my issues with this one right here. Let's see here, what else is there? I do like the overall paint scheme on it. It is more desaturated through and through. Let me bring this down a little bit. So it's definitely more desaturated through the whole figure right there. The wing paint is a lighter purple as well, so that's not so bad. I do appreciate that the copyright info isn't on the figure anymore. They used to have it on the bottom wing. It's not there anymore. The red is very consistent with how the aggregates are painted, so it does match in that way. And I love the eyes. The eyes are now gold, whereas before they were red. The original, it was red. There's no more shading on the tusks. There was shading before, now it's just a straight line cut off, so that's a big issue I have with that as well. And then as far as the underside of it goes, I honestly am not a big fan of what they did with the chest right here. The chest and that lower piece were painted so well in the original, and it's just so lackluster this time around. So it could have been better. I mean, it's in theme with the new set. It's just I don't like it, especially the bottom part right here. That had a lot going on paint-wise on the original, so that's kind of disappointing to see that it's not as painted up as it could be. That doesn't retain a lot of the original colorations that were there. So, but otherwise, you know, the overall color of it is cohesive. It does match the whole entire set. There are some pluses with it, like the yellow eyes as well. But that's kind of it, really, honestly. And I think you'll see that when I bring out the original of how that's going to look. Yeah. Yeah, that's it though. That's our flying form. So it's all right. I think for that reason alone, the original might be a little bit more desirable to get a hold of these days. But other than that, let's see. What are you guys all thinking right here? Let's hear. Holy crap! That claw is holding on to that Destoroyah like it's nothing. I mean, it's very lightweight. It's a very lightweight figure. There's not a lot of weight to it, so it works very well. And let me bring this in. Robo Lizard was so kind enough to let me purchase this or he purchased it technically, but he made it, because I don't have the box for this anymore, so I can show you guys what the original box looks like. So for the stand that's involved, it's true, the stand is not included in the set anymore. You have to buy this stand separately. So let me zoom out here so you guys can see this. So this stand right here specifically is called the Tamashii Nation Act Humanoid Stand, and I believe it's the Act 4 stand. Yeah, so this is what it looks like though on the back side of it. It's really neat because it has a double joint right here, so you can kind of curve this in different directions. Like you can go like this. The thing is if you curve it too far, you're going to want to put some weight on this to get some really dynamic angles, because the figure, you know, you can see it's starting to fall. But you have some different ways, like you can get this angled and stuff, so that's pretty cool, right? This stand you can buy on Amazon, and I'm going to throw a link in the chat in just a second for you guys, but that's what this is called right here. It's this set right here, the Tamashii Nation Act Human Stand. So I'm going to just kind of keep this up on frame right here while I go grab the link for that for you guys. I'm going to drop it in the chat. So if you guys have this figure on the way, you are going to want to get this set. And I have a feeling that this set's going to start to be popular as soon as the word gets out that the set doesn't actually come with the figure here. So you do get 2 of them, by the way. So if you have the original Destoroyah set and you're picking this one up, you can use this set for both 2 stands for the same thing. 1 second. I'm going to drop this in the chat for y'all. It is $11.39. You get 2 stands for this. So you can, if you have other flying creatures that you have, you can totally use this. If I can find the share button. Where's the share button at on this? There we are. All right, I am dropping this for you guys right here. This is the Tamashii Nation Act 4 stand. I see the Null Dude is asking, does the Act 5 stand work? And I believe that's the one that normally comes with MonsterArts. Act 5 stand? Let's find out. The Act 5 stand is kind of hardcore. That one is the one that actually came with the Gotengo. That set right there, the Act 5 stand. It's a bit much, in my opinion. It will definitely hold it, but it's not going to be super dynamic in poses right there. I don't even know what the normal stand is called. Is it Act 3? Hold on. Act 3. Is that the normal stand that's packaged with MonsterArts? I'm not sure, but I think it is the Act... I think it might be called Act 3. That's the normal stand that comes with MonsterArts. I don't think that Tamashii actually is selling that one by itself. There's a lot of off-brand models of it. I do not recommend the off-brand models. They're off-brand for a reason. They are not that great. So, but the Tamashii Act 4 stand, that is a good one right there. Yeah, the Act 5 stand, I think the Act 5 stand, I'm looking at it on Amazon right now. The Act 5 stand is the one that does come with, that looks like the one with the Gotengo. So it's got that ratchet joint kind of thing. No, so Super Mario Zilla, I think it's called Act 3. Because I'm looking at Amazon right now, and Act 4 is the humanoid stand that we're looking at right now. They don't seem to sell. And I don't even think they sell the Act 3 stand by itself at this point. Those are the ones that are just coming with MonsterArts, but the Act 3 stand, I think is what it's called. All right, so we have done the visual look-throughs of all of them. Now let's go through articulation, yeah? Let's do the articulation. So let's look at Junior's articulation first, okay? All right, so with Junior here, I'm gonna change my, 1 second guys. I'm gonna change my focus range here. I guess that was the right one. Okay, I guess that was it. All right, so let's look at Junior together. So Junior's articulation. So first things first with this guy right here, let me zoom out a little bit more. One second, let me move those guys out of the way. All right. So Junior's articulation. First things first, with the head right here, it can go up, it can go left to right. So we've got left to right. Let me turn on this light. Okay, so yeah, we've got left, right, and you can get pretty far with this too. Yeah. Yeah, Junior can look all the way over that way, all the way over there. And as far as upwards goes, you know, you can move pretty high up there. And then looking down, some decent range looking downwards as well. So I'll show you the up and down again. So there's the up, all the way up, and then all the way down. Can definitely look much more downward than he can look upward, for sure. And then as far as the neck articulation goes, let's see here. Not too much. Like there's some sculpt right here that gets in the way, specifically right there. So it does get in the way when it comes to tilting it back and forth like that. Not too great, honestly. But you can twist it a little bit to get him to look more. So you can twist that. Let's see here. So not too much. It is an older sculpt after all. And then as far as the mouth goes, the mouth can open fairly wide. You can open that far, right there. And close it all the way closed. Really cool. And then as far as arm articulation goes, you've got you can move those elbows nicely up and down like that. You can not twist them that much. You can twist a little bit. Oh, you know what? Maybe you just have to break it a little bit loose. But yeah, you can twist it right there. As far as inward, outward, you've got this motion right here. So you've got that. You can not twist the shoulders that well because of the sculpt, but you can do a 360 motion like so. So it can go 360. So pretty much it, right, like that, you know, nothing spectacular. Pretty basic articulation right there. But you can tuck in those elbows very nicely. Like you can get them really close into the body. Yeah, you can get them really in there. So you can have him touch his chest, for example. Let's see here. You can get him to do like a swipe motion. You can get him to dab. He can really get out there with those hands, you know? So arm articulation is pretty swell though. On the inside, you can see how much of a gap there is right there. That's how much extra room that they gave you for movement of those arms. They don't, let's see, do they drop? They can go inward a little bit and outward, but very, very, very small amount. All right, we'll see you later, Nej Furman 4691. We'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by, though. As far as the articulation goes for the torso and all that, it's really great. Like, you can really move that up and down, tilt it upward and downward right there. So you can have them really crouched down. You can have them kind of looking up all the way up at the top like that, where it's more lined up. So you've got some room right there. As far as twisting the abdomen here, you got some decent tilt, ab crunch. It's really good, really good. This was the first figure. This is before Burning Godzilla, I think. but this was the one that really could move, right? So I think it was after Burning Godzilla, actually, but it was so good. Yeah. And, but yeah, you can twist him. You can have him twist the top a little bit like that. It looks really weird. I don't recommend it, but you can do it. It's possible. And then as far as the, let me zoom out a little bit here. So, and then as far as the leg articulation goes, you know, you've got some good hip motion right there. Like you can really get him to go far out like that. So just like that. The legs, can they twist upward? Yes, they can. You can make them do a high kick, just like so. That's pretty cool. Let me get on the other side here. Yeah, so you can get them to do a high kick like that. Let's see here. As far as the knee bend goes, it's got a good amount. It does stop naturally because of the sculpt right there. He's got that leg system where it's more bipedal, right? So it does stop right there. As far as the twisty nature goes, it's kind of there, kind of not. I wouldn't recommend pushing it beyond. Most of that twisting is going to come from just angling the hip outwards like that. The ankle pivot, the leg pivot, you can turn the feet 360 degrees right there. The feet themselves, you know, there's some decent tilt. It's all right. It's not super great, but it's enough to get the job done, right? And then there's, as far as the ankle tilt itself, not that bad. And then for the tail articulation, so this is the part that a lot of people have been asking for so far. You know, how is the tail? The tail it's an older sculpt. As far as downward goes, that's pretty much it. That's as far as down, that's as far as it's gonna go. Upwards, a little bit more. You got a little bit more upward range. Side to side, really cool. You can get about that much. That's more than what, you know, your basic Heisei Godzilla can do. Still limited though. You can only get it to really do a curve, about that much of a curve. That's kind of it. Curving it back this other way. If you were to heat treat this, you could probably get a little bit more range out of that, just a little bit more. But that's kind of it for the most part. You can do kind of like a curve like that as well. There are approximately, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's 10 points of articulation in the tail right here. So 10 points, but it is that Heisei tail. So a lot of the sculpt stops it from actually moving a lot further than it should, right? So that's kind of basically it for that right there. You know, I didn't go over the wrist articulation, by the way. The wrist articulation on this is fantastic. Like, you can really make Junior, that wrist, it can go up and down. If I can get the arm to hold still while I do this. So, yeah. Yeah, so. Yeah, you got that right there. You can twist it around 360 degrees. A lot of the original releases, a lot of the reports about the hands falling off, but the hands feel really good on this. Like, I'm moving them around. They're not falling off at all, so. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Nothing wrong with that right there. So, otherwise, you know, all considering, like, Junior, it's got some decent articulation for as small as a figure it is. It's way more than what Little Godzilla ever had. It's not like super stellar in terms of like this year's day and age of articulation, but just to get it more in a dynamic pose right here, like you can really get Junior to do some really cool stuff. And because it's small enough, it can balance with those flat feet like that. So yeah, look at that. So get it from behind there. Yeah, Junior's pretty cool. It's one of those figures that you don't hear a lot of people talking about, maybe because they don't own it or anything like that, but there's some really cool moves that you can get doing with it. If he could do a flying kick, I'm buying a dozen. I'm still gonna do it. Need my crab army. Yeah. It could definitely do a flying kick set. Yeah, for sure. About the same movement of the original. Yep. Yeah, there's no major changes with all this stuff right here, guys. So it's pretty much about the same. So that's Junior right there. Let's look at the crab form. So the crab form right here, let's look at this guy. Let's bring this up a little bit. So with the crab form, very minimal amount of articulation. It's a smaller figure. It's this is all you pretty much have. You have these little arms right here, and they go up and down. So the claws don't open and shut, but you can move them up and down like that. And they both do that right there. If you do it too many times over and over again, they will probably fall out because they're kind of like not on a ball joint system. It's more of like a peg that goes into the hole. So the more you move them up and down, the looser it'll get, and they eventually just kind of fall out. That's how it was with the originals, at least. With these pieces right here on top, the arms, they're not articulated, but you can swivel them. So you can swivel them to the side like that. Yeah, so you could swivel like that. You can actually make them go all the way backwards if you wanted to. You just have to kind of move them. There's the spikes in the back, so you just kind of have to move them around a little bit, but you can flip them all the way 360 degrees right there. They even come out. You can pull them out if you wanted to. That is an option. The tail itself is not articulated. It's just a plug-in piece right here, so no articulation on the tail, unfortunately, for this guy. The little legs underneath it do not move either, which honestly, we're fine with that. That would be a nightmare if all those pieces were articulated. And then these back legs and the front legs, they are not articulated in the, let's see here, just to make sure I'm not talking wrong here. Yeah, so, yeah, they're just plugged in. They're not meant to move, these ones in the front and the back. So these guys right here, they don't move. However, the one in the middle is actually on a ball joint. So you can move this one up and down. So I'll just kind of demonstrate it a little bit, holding it up like this. So you can move this one slightly up, slightly down. So, and that's like if you want to pose it onto Godzilla, Burning Godzilla, you can pose this upward and then downward. You can also make it go to the front, to the back. It's going to be stiff when you first take it out of the box. So I'm just kind of moving it around, but you can see that you can twist this piece all the way around. So this is the only piece that's movable on it though. So it goes up and down all around kind of thing. Does no articulation right here at the corner of the knuckle right there. So only right here. And you can just do like a 360 motion for that. And then the back ones right here, the little back spikes, these two right here, these also move as well. So you can articulate those and slightly tilt them left or right. They don't move on the aggregate, only on the crab form. They move a little bit right here. So that is an option right there as well. But that's basically it. There's no movement in the head. The head doesn't move. It's just one straight piece right there. And that's pretty much it. It's meant to move minimally and mostly be a display piece right there. So not much else to expect with that. Rickzilla says, I think the head could be better, but he's pretty good other than the head and tail. Are we talking about Junior or this one? I don't know. I think Junior's head looks nice, actually. But Shinichi Wakasa sculpted this guy, so there's some authenticity behind it right there. So, okay, let's look at the aggregate's articulation. The aggregate has a lot more, it's a lot more complex. It's a lot more complex than Junior is. So let's take a look at that. So, I was talking about the articulation of Junior. Gotcha. Yeah, the head articulation's all right. I mean, when you hold it in hand, it makes sense. It works for what it is. It's not amazing, but it's fine. Yes, the printed eyes on Junior are very well done. Yes, I will tell you guys this over and over again. Decal eyes look so much better than dot matrix, period. They just will always look better. So I'm happy that they are decal eyes. So let's look at the aggregate's articulation. So first of all, the aggregate has a lot of articulation in the neck right here, right? So it can look upward. You can have it look all the way up into the sky. You can have it look down. I did a whole stop motion video of these guys in the very beginning. It's like my first stop motion I ever did, but you can really make the aggregate move. You can have him look all the way backwards. That's how awesome his articulation is in the neck right there. So you can have him, it's just sheathed ball joints basically. So you can have him move in just about any direction. There is a stopping point though because of the sheathed stuff. So like when he's looking upwards, like that's as far back as you're gonna go. That's basically it right there. Looking downwards though, all the way down. Make him look all the way down for the most part. Aggregate's got some crazy articulation right there, right? Hi Aiden, it's not shipping in the US at this time. End of July. And then as far as the, what you guys may not know is that inside this head right here, you can pop this head off. You can pop the head off, and on the back side of the head, there is a little switch on the inside there. You will need a tool to grab that out, but if you want to just do it very easily, you can always just take the alternate head right here with this, and you can just stick that in the hole, and you can just push that out just a little bit. When you do that, look at this. And I'll just plug it in, back into the hole. Hope that wasn't it. So, a little hidden feature with the main head of Destoroyah right here is that you can have the extended tongue. But it's not the fully extended tongue, it's basically exactly how you saw it in the actual movie right there. So that length right there. So that's I think I can go further than that. Yeah, that's it. That's as far out as it will go. So if you wanted to pose it with the head going out about that much right there, you can. So it's like a neat little feature right there. Oh yeah, I mean the aggregate, so Godzilla is like, the aggregate is a big upgrade compared to the crab. Yes, there's so much more articulation with it, and it makes sense because it's a bigger figure too, right? It's bigger than the crab. So all the appendages on the aggregate right here are fully articulated. So you can move each appendage, you can move it left or right. You can move each one just like that. And they go all the way up, like so. So you can make them go all the way out. You can make them all the way in if you wanted to, just like that. So much articulation right there. So there's that. As far as the crab pincers right here in the front, let me move it around a little bit. So the pincers on the front right there, you can also move them up and downward and around. They are all on a ball joint like that. The pincers are on ball joints, so they can rotate slightly and they can both open and close. So that's fully closed right there. And then this is fully opened on both sides. So you can open them up quite wide. Very nice. You can move them up and downwards and everything. You can even twist them. Yeah. A lot of different range of movement that you can do. They're a lot looser too than the original. The original I feel like was really stiff when it came to the part that attached to the main body right there. So I'm kind of happy to see that they're a little bit more loose like that. As far as articulation for the neck, by the way, goes, you can stretch it outward of the neck right there. So you can make it go outward. You can rest it more upright, or you can make it go more down. So there's so much you can do with that neck part right there. The front, let me get this kind of organized in a way. So these little front guys right here, they are also articulated right here, where it attaches to the main body. Where it attaches to the main body right here, you can move them up and down. It's very slight. The motion is not amazing, but you can move them ever so slightly. And this is the part you'll have to watch out for. As you can see, the tip is just a plastic tip with a ball joint on it right there. That's kind of it. So these parts, I guarantee you, when you move them, they will fall off. It just depends on how far you move them. They're not really meant to move much, but you can move them upward, tilt them upward, you can tilt them downward. That's basically kind of it, because if you go further than that, it's gonna pop off. So, but those parts do move. The actual arm parts are a little stiff, but they do move, because I know that on the original one, they also move a little bit. Yeah, there you go. You just have to wiggle them around so you can get them to move up and down. And then the nightmare part about this figure, the nightmare part. All of these are fully articulated on the bottom right here. And while it's a neat concept, it just kind of is a mess. And when you move these things around, it's just such a delicate game that you're playing, because eventually they're going to pop off, right? So, but all of these appendages right here attaching to the body, it's a ball joint that goes into the body. I would recommend warming this up before you try to move any of these pieces, because out of the box, it is very, very stiff. But they all move. Every single one of these does move. You don't really need to do it unless you're doing some kind of action shot, right, with Junior. But they all move outwards. I would recommend getting tweezers while you do this, maybe some hobby tweezers to move them around. But they all move, and honestly, it's the most scary part about this figure right here is moving these pieces, because eventually they will just fall off, and then you're just kind of like, what the heck? Like, one of them already fell off already. So it's, while neat in concept, it's one of those things where it's just like, I probably would have been okay with them not being articulated. Yeah, so. But they're neat, they're neat. For the most part, they're just kind of there. I think most people won't actually move them unless they're doing photography stuff with them. And then the last part is the tail articulation on this guy right here. So the tail is got, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of articulation on it. This last part is no articulation at all. But you can get some good movement out of that. You can get it to kind of move like that. You can get it to move the other way. Upwards, really cool. You can get it to go really high up there, actually, upwards wise. And then downwards, just as well. Some decent movement right there. The only thing is that this piece is just straight, so it's just gonna look a little awkward when you move that like that. So, and then these back pieces right here on the back, unlike the crab form, these back pieces don't move. And then, of course, the most fun part about the figure right here are these guys. These guys are so fun to move back and forth. You can rotate them in just about any direction. You can come up with some really intimidating poses with that. You can flip them all the way around the backside and whatnot. They're just so cool. Highlight of the aggregate form is these parts right here. So very, very cool. Very cool figure in that way. So other than that, yeah, so you can make them go all the way up. They're articulated at the top section right here. They're articulated right there at the side. Let me pull out a little bit more. So you can make them go all the way up. You can make them go all the way down. You can twist some of them in different parts right there. Like, they're so cool. Best part of this figure right here easily is that. So let's look at the chat really quick while we get ready to bring out the flying form. Let's see here. Wasn't expecting that. Just caught the shiny. Oh. Does all four? Does the figure? All four figures feel fragile? I mean, the aggregate feels great. It doesn't feel like fragile at all. The only thing about the aggregate you just have to watch out for is the pieces on the bottom right. But we haven't gone into the variance comparison just yet. We're just looking at for this part for the most part. Aggregate's great though. I love the aggregate. The aggregate is one of my favorite parts of the evolution set, and I think most people will agree with me that that's the one to look for. Let's see here. Looking through the other chat right here. Yes, the neck articulation is crazy, for sure. It's so cool. I do have the monster. I have all the S.H.MonsterArts figures. Is the head popping off scary? Is there a fear of breaking it? No. Head pops off very easily when you're swapping out pieces right here. So since we're already here, we might as well just go ahead and do it. So we're going to go ahead and pop off. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep this one on. We'll pop out off of number 2, or number 3, actually. So for the popping off part, so to do this, all you do is just take your hand behind the crest right here and you just pull on it, pops right off just like that. And then you can swap it with the new head right here where the tongue is fully extended, and you just want to pinch it like so. Pinch that right there, and right in front of the crest, line it up into the hole like that, and push that on. I think I got it on. I didn't hear a snap. But that's pretty much it with that part. I will say when it comes to articulation with this that the legs are a lot looser on this, and I just don't know if it's because of the heat of my place right now, but on the original set it's definitely stiffer with those legs. So I'm finding that when I'm putting pressure on this very easily, the legs are collapsing underneath it, at least with this one in particular. But here is the head with the extended part. It was never like this in the movie, and I don't know if this is something that was just behind the scenes in concept or whatever that they just did, and they just like, yeah, we'll just do it in figure form. I don't know. So, oh, I didn't have it on all the way. 1 second. I gotta get behind the camera and do this so I can have some leverage here. So, but yeah, other than that, you know, it's pretty cool. Nothing's actually like the bigger legs aren't falling off. They're just kind of collapsing if I have them inward in the slightest. So, but anyways, that is, I am noticing this, that with this one in particular, that the head tends to droop a little bit when there's a lot of weight on it. So I'm not sure if it's just this one, but it does seem to do that just a smidge. Not too much. It's not doing it now, but yeah, it looks good. So that's with the extended head on there. And then we'll put that back on when we do the variance between all of those as well. So I'm going to switch back with the original head. That's a nice snap right there. All right, let's look at the flying form, a closer up of the flying form. All right, articulation-wise, I'm going to take it off the stand for this right here so that we can go over this a little bit more easier here. So let me bring this down so it's not in the way. Okay. All right, so let's take a look at the flying form. So the flying form here, it can look down about basically that much. That's it. That's as far down as it can go. So here's me holding it straight. That's as far down as it can go. And that's because of the sheathing and everything that gets in the way. It can look up significantly more as far as the side-to-side movement goes. So you can have him look to the left about that much. And then you can have him look to the right about that much. Yeah. It's not super crazy by any means. Yeah. Let me just try to get this so I can hold it better right here. Yeah. So that's straight, left, right, up, down. It's not a lot. It's not a whole lot, but you can twist it. You can do a 360 twist if you want right there. So that's neat. As far as the mouth goes, the mouth can open and shut. That's as far as the mouth can open right there. The tusks don't move. There's no movement there. There's no articulation in the mouth or anything like that. As far as the wings go, let me zoom out a little bit here. As far as the wings go, so you've got a decent up and down motion for both sides. Oh, popped it out. It's just a small ball joint. So about like that much, really. There's not too much before it pops out. Actually, this side is more limited moving upward. It can't go more than that, otherwise it's gonna pop out. So that's it. This one can go higher, just a smidge higher. And I think it has to do with the sculpting. So that's all the way up. As far as the flapping motion goes though, let's see here. Trying to get this on. So as far as the flapping motion goes, it's quite minimal. That's it for that arm. And then we've got this arm right here. So they can twist a little bit, about that much. And about this much twisting on this side. You can make them go outward or inward. So you can do that motion right there. This one's kind of finicky. The back fins down here are pretty cool though. The back fins can be manipulated so they can move outward. So you can make them go outward. You can twist them a little bit too. There's 2 points of articulation. There's one at the base of the sculpt, one here at the middle, and then there's another one at the edge. So yeah, you can do that. Twist them around, make them more angled like that. If you're doing like an attack pose, you can angle these in such a way too. Although this one's kind of finicky for some reason. Wasn't experiencing that before, but I think the sculpt is actually getting in the way of it. So you can make it do that. If you really wanted to do like some kind of attack pose right there, you can make them go downward as well. You can twist these parts at the very end 360 degrees. Inward, outward. So you can spread all these out pretty far actually. So you can spread them all out like that. Or you can spread them inward like that. So you have a difference of different kind of poses right there. On the back side, let's see, the tail's got some good articulation. There are, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points of articulation on the tail. The tail's got some really cool movement on it, so you can twist it like that. Again, it's just one straight point though, so, but it can go pretty far. Upward, can go about that high, upward, can go that low, downward, right there. So that's neat. Nothing special. And then on the bottom of it, some cool stuff going on here. So here's the bottom. Like I said, not really impressed with the whole paint job that they did for this on the bottom side of it, especially the chest and this part right here. It was way more painted, beautifully painted on the other one, the original. So this one, it's kind of matches, but it's not fantastic, in my opinion. But all of these pieces right here, they do move. They are slight in movement, I should say, though. So when you're moving these guys, they can move inward, outward. Inward, outward. You can kind of slightly twist them left and right. You know, so you can get some motion there. It's very minimal, though. It's not a lot. It's very, very, very small amount. Very small amount. So these parts tend to fall out too over time if you're using them too much. And then the little ones right here at the front of the chest, they also are articulated. So you can move those out as well. These little pieces right here. So you can move those back and forth, up and down, side to side. So if you were to think about it like how it transformed from the aggregate, you know, this would be the bottom of the aggregate, the little front claws of the aggregate, and then now the wings instead of the appendages on the top right there. So that's kind of it for the flight form though. For articulation, there's not much else to go over really, honestly. There's no articulation in the main body. It doesn't flex or anything like that. It's just one solid piece. So a lot of your poses are going to be coming off of it from the stand that doesn't come with it. So you can get it to do some really cool stuff with the stand though. So I'll bring the stand back in the shot here. You get that a pinch right there, and you know, you can do some cool stuff with it. Let me face this up the other way. I think the one of the things that you're going to want to do when you pose the stand here with it on the stand is you're going to want the front, this part right here, you want it to counterweight itself. So use the front of it, having it face this way. Don't try to face it the opposite way when you're doing that whole thing. But a lot of these poses that you can do with this, you know, you can angle it onto this. The claw, the figure is very light in the first place, you know? So you can really get this to do like a dive bomb pose. I mean, really, it's very limited, right? It's very limited. There's not much dynamicness that you can get beyond just what you can achieve with the stand. So. Again, if you, I'm going to post a stand for in the chat again for anybody that is just joining us and you're like, bummed out, I need to get the stand now. Yeah, you do got to get the stand, but here's the link again in the chat for you guys. Yeah, Rexzilla, I agree with that. It's as far as paint-wise goes, it is a downgrade in my opinion. Yeah. Yeah, it's not the greatest when it comes to the paint application, so. But if you've never had a flying form, this is the one to get. Unless you want to really hunt down the old pack. The old pack isn't really going to come down in price in my opinion. I think it's going to still be up there. So that is all the articulation for these guys right here. So now we are going to transition into the variance comparison between all of these guys. So what that means now, guys, is we're going to, actually, is there anything else? I think that was it. So yeah, so let's do the variance comparison between all of the juniors now. The whole point of variance comparison is to check out the paint differences. So that's what we're going to be looking at, is what to kind of expect when it comes to that. And I think for this, I'm going to change my lens to offer a more close-up look. So we're going to, first I'm going to bring this up here. All right, guys, for real quick, we're going to go dark for a second while I change my lens so that you guys can have a better look at this. We're going to zoom in and get really close. So give me 1 second. Okay, we are back. And we have a nice 100 zoom lens on this guy right here. So let's take a closer look at the variance of these guys right here, all right? So here is Junior. This is number 1 right here. We're going to look at just the head only, okay? Look at that. Look at that. Mouth is on a ball joint, remember that, guys. So if it's a little crooked, that's because of that. But there's the eyes, decals and everything. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I love it. Junior has never looked better. Wow. So that's the figure number 1 right here. It's looking great. Teeth look good too. See how close we can get here. That's looks like as close as we're gonna get, right? I'm trying to push the focus limit on this right here because this has a macro focus on it. That's as close as we're gonna get. So I knew we were gonna need a macro lens on this guy right here because they're so small. So, but yeah. Looking good right there. So that's number 1. Let's look at number 2, shall we? Here's number 2. Number 2 is also looking really nice. The teeth are so small on this, you know, they're so finite. Digging the dry brushing on there though. Yeah. 1 and 2 are looking pretty good, guys. 1 and 2 are looking pretty good. Let's look at number 3. So here's number 3. I'm telling you guys, decal eyes, so much better. They just are. Yeah, I'm trying to find variance, honestly, and it's such a small figure, you know? I mean, if there's any kind of variance on there, it's just the dry brushing effect for the most part. Like everything is, it's so minor. It's so subtle, so small. Like with dry brushing, you're never gonna get 1-to-1, right? So here's figure number 4. Yeah, I think that the dry brushing is the part that's going to vary the most. But the eyes look all good. You know, they all look really great. I don't see any major differences, you know. I think that that's a win, you know. It's looking really, really good. It just is. It just is. Okay, so that was figure number 4. Let's look at the main chest area right here. So yeah, here's the chest. And the claws. Claws are looking all right. I prefer the claws on the original, I think. These are a little bit brighter. But the dry brushing on the main body it's really good. It's really, really good. Yeah. Boy, am I digging that. Wow. And then let's look at number 2. Here's number 2. Yeah, the light green dry brushing it really brings out a lot in that sculpt that I didn't expect. And it's down there on the abdomen too, so really cool. Let's look at number 3 again. So here's number 3. Kind of twisted this one a little bit. Just give me a second. Let me fix that. Okay, here's number 3. Claws. Yeah, even on the neck right there too. It's looking really good. I love it. I just realized, the Null Dude says, I just realized that Junior kind of looks like an avocado. I mean, yeah. The colors are pretty spot on, right? It does have that kind of look to it. So here is number 4. Yeah. It's not bad, guys. It's not bad at all. I dig it. Let's look at the back sides of these guys now. Banana Ghidorah. So let's look at the back side now, huh? So here's the back side. So when it comes to the dorsals, you know, they're okay. There's nothing special about them per se. It's just that it's mostly one color. There's a little tiny bit of blending, ever so slightly. But for the most part, it looks like it's just like one coat of paint throughout the whole thing. So, and then just hold it off to the side like that. It's okay. No blending at the base. It's just kind of like a hard transition. We'll see if it's like that on the original too. And I think that this is going to be pretty consistent throughout all of them. So here's number 2. And then the back, other side of it. Yeah. Coverage is looking pretty good though. It's pretty consistent. Yeah. Let's look at number 3. Canadian syrup, welcome, man. We're just now doing variance comparison, so here's number 3. For the most part, just a hard transition, guys. No other major differences in color. Yeah. I'd say that the dorsals are pretty consistent with all of them. And here's number 4. Yeah. Even the paint on the back of the head right there, it's pretty much the same. So, okay. Dorsals are pretty much the same, right? Epsilon is saying, I might have missed if you've already answered this, but is this release what's your favorite version, Junior or Evo sets? I haven't really said it just yet. I'm still kind of digesting along with you guys so far. There are elements that I like of this set, and there's elements that I love of the original set too. So I will put my thoughts together towards the end of all this. So let's look at the legs now, okay? Let's look at the legs of this guy. Let me bring this further back here. Oh. We're gonna have to look downward, I think. Okay. So here are the legs. So this is where you're gonna see a lot of the shading that they've got throughout the legs too. It's not on any of the major parts of the body, maybe on the side of the side of it, towards the top like that. It starts to kind of transition. So you have the green highlights, and then as far as the legs go, you get into the darker areas. And this is also consistent on the original. The original has this effect as well. So I'm glad that that is retained for the most part. So it adds a little extra flavor to that. And I like that a lot. Yeah. That's the other side of it right there. Yeah, I'm digging it. And then let's look at number 2. I'd say that 2 is a little bit heavier on the weathering on the left side right here. So the left foot leg right there, it's a little bit heavier. Is that a bad thing? I'm not sure. It does look nice though. It's like almost like a tiger stripe kind of thing, right? Like a subtle little stripe effect. I like it though. So that was number 2. And here's number 3. Come on, focus. Focus. There we go. I would say number 1 and number 3 have a really good effect with the weathering on the legs. I like them a lot. Yeah. 1 and 3 are really nice. Yeah, definitely 1 and 3. I love them the best. They're definitely looking really good. Here, Rexzilla says, I think Tamashii made the old Junior figures and Destoroyah forms pretty desirable. I think so too. I must say, the paint job for this new Junior looks much better in hand. I wasn't a fan at first, but it looks great here. Yeah, you know, the problem is that when you get studio lighting, or not, sorry, not studio, event lighting, when there's event lighting out there, you're just, in people's random photos, there's no color correction, there's no color grade, there's no, well, sometimes there is. They got filters on there and whatnot. It doesn't look good. And it skews a little bit of what these things actually look like in hand, right? Let's not excuse that there's also difference with the factory samples versus the prototypes, right? There's also that too to consider. But, you know, I have like, how many lights do I have? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9 lights blasting on this figure right now against a black background so that we can see the best out of this figure, so that your eyes aren't hurting when I show you guys. If this was on a white background, I swear you guys would actually see less detail than you would see on a black background, because the white just sucks all the color out. 4 is good. 4 is good too. I like the little spots that you see right here. It's very well blended, very well done. And these are the kind of things you wouldn't see at events, like these kind of little effects and stuff. That is something that doesn't usually show up. All right, so that was number 4. Let's look at number 1's tail, and then we're gonna wrap this up on the Junior right here. So here's number 1's tail. One second. All right, so here's Junior's tail. Junior's tail has, there we go. Get that in the shot right there. There's some slight weathering on the bottom side of it, but for the most part, it's pretty consistent throughout. This is figure number 1. So, I just love that the figures, it's like the perfect weight because it can balance itself. Like the tail's not even touching the ground right now. You can see some slight details in there, that black weathering that's on the legs on the side of it right there. It's very subtle, but it's there. The paint on the top is very well done. They managed to hit all the spikes, and there's no overspray or anything. It's very cleanly done. So that's cool. Let's look at number 2. Number 2's looking good there too. Sorry, I had a message. There's the back of it. Very clean. Dorsals are cleanly done on this one as well. And there's the other side. Rexzilla says, I have been through so many plans for Monster Arts, like get the 1995 figures, for which ultimately did not happen, get the Goji and Mega figures, which also did not happen, etc. So now I'm getting One Piece figure arts. Oh, okay. Whatever you need, whatever floats your boat, man. That's if you like One Piece, go for that. You know. This set does rock, though. I love this. So here's number 3. It's mostly consistent so far. I mean, if anything, the small weathering details that go on the bottom of it are a little different on each one. It's very subtle, very minor. Let's look at the back side right there. Looks nice. It's all cleanly done. Yeah. Yeah, it's very well done, guys. It is. It just really is. That's number 3, and then let's look at number 4. Not bad. Very cleanly done. A little bit less on that dorsals right there, on that little section right there. It looks like there's a little bit less compared to the rest. I think that's our first real variance that we're detecting. It still looks good from the top. And it does look all right from there as well. Okay, so that's Junior, guys. Junior looks good. The shading on all the claws too is pretty consistent. It's you know, there's blending on each of them. For the most part, they all look the same though. Okay, let's get into the crab form, right? Crab form, crustacean form, whichever you want to call it. So we're gonna get real close. So here's the crustacean form. From the front side, here's the thing. This is so small that these little front teeth right here, because of the factory mold and how it turned out, they're just gonna look a lot like swollen fingers than teeth. It's like that on the original set too. It just depends on how much they paint it up, and if they glob on a lot of paint, it looks thicker, right? But as far as the transitions go on the crest, very well done. Looks nice throughout. The gold on the eyes looks good. Yeah. And since this is a smaller figure, we'll cover more in one go. So we, not only that, we'll look at the back side of it as well. Very, very nicely done transitioning with the spikes and everything. The blending is very nice. Nice, very nice. Now let's look at the other side. It's just so well done. It really is. I actually like this crab form better than the first release. So that's number 1 right there. Let's look at number 2. Let's see how that one turned out. Okay, so with number 2, it's about the same. I'm looking at them just from the camera point of view. I think there's a little bit more white coverage on number 2 on the part of the crest right here. Definitely a little bit more. Let me angle this up a little bit more too. Okay. So, and then let's flip this around. It looks nice from the side. Gold eyes are just perfect. Like, that's one thing that's a major increase over the, or a major improvement over the original right there. Blending on the arms looks nice. And then let's look at the back side of it right there. It's a little darker on this one, or brighter, I should say. Let me look at the other one. Hold on a second. So the back spikes on the first one were more balanced with the paint. They look more like this right side right here, but this one got a little shafted on the shading right there, so it's a little bit brighter. It still looks cool though. It still looks nice. And the tips look good right there too. Let's look at number 3. All right, number 3. Number 3 is a little darker overall. It's a darker paint application. The gold is still there. It's just a little darker is all. Towards the front, I think this one's actually got the most balanced white on the crest though. The attention to detail is just stunning though. Let's look at the sides. That looks good on that. Very nice. Let's look at the other side here. Yeah, you're just gonna get some blending differences, but you know, where the colors are supposed to be, they're still there at the end of the day. Let's look at the back side. Just as good as the first one. This is figure number 3. Definitely not bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so there's that. And then number 4. Let's look at number 4. I love Badir says that I love the way the eyes pop for this Destoroyah set. The shiny gold is great. It really is. The metallic, it's like a metallic gold, and it looks so good. It really does. It kind of makes it look like the eyes have a glowing effect, and I love that. Yeah, the teeth are pretty much globbed on for each one of them. Let's look at the front again. Yeah, the crest is okay. I'd say 3 and 2 had the best on the white blending of the crest right there, but for the most part, everything else isn't bad. It's kind of the same consistent color. Let's look at the side. I do like the colors and the blending on this one's appendages this time around, the upper arms. I like how it's really dark and then it goes really red. I think the other ones had more of a subtle red, black color transition going on. So I'd say that the colors on these spikes overall, number 2 had one of them was a lot brighter, but for the most part, it's been pretty consistent between 1 and 3 and 4 on the backside. So there is that. Let's look at the chest now, the chest piece on this guy. We'll actually look at more than that since we can actually fit more in the frame. So yeah, so here's the whole front. It's okay. You know, I feel like I prefer the original. I don't have it out right now, so we'll take a look at it, but it's okay. It's not, you know, you got different colors in there, this reddish kind of coloration, you got shading on the sides. There's a lot going on in right there, for sure. That's not bad. Let's look at number 2. So I'm looking at 1 and 2 side by side right now, and I like 2's better. 1 was a lot more saturated in coloration, so I'm gonna bring 1 back into the frame so you guys can see. You can get them both there. So 1, if you look at 1 right there, 1's got a stronger red throughout of it. But I like the balance that number 2 has. The number 2 is more balanced. So I think you're going to see a lot of variance between those on the chest right there. So that's number 2. Let's look at number 3. Number 3, out of all of them, has the most paint on it so far. Between 1, 2, and 3, 3 has the most red highlights throughout the whole, the light red highlights throughout the whole center. And then let's look at number 4. Yeah, it's looking good. This one's more like number 1, you know? The blending is there. Is it fantastic? It's okay. It's all right. I think number 3's looked the best, though. Number 2 and number 3. Yeah. Let's look at the claws. I should have just kept going, but we're going to look at the sides of the claws and everything. I'm just going to kind of rotate it a little bit. This is number 1 again. It's very well done. The black mixed with the red. We're going to take a look at the tail too. Just very well done throughout. And then the tail itself. Top of the figure right there. Look at that. Isn't that just nice? And then the bottom of the figure. Holy moly, isn't that beautiful to look at? Oh boy. It's very red. It's very glossy underneath it, so a lot of light bounce right there. Not too much of a black wash or anything underneath that. So, very neat. All right, and then let's look at number 2. We'll do the same thing. We'll do a little spin. So here's number 2. I mean, if there is variance, I'm seeing very little of it. I mean, there's so much to look at, too, at the same time, so maybe I'm just missing it, and I'm just not calling it out as I'm seeing it, but... yeah. I like the underside of number 2. It's a little bit darker. Scary. And then here's number 3. We'll do a little spin. I'm starting to pay attention to more of these areas, and I feel like it's looking pretty consistent for the most part. I think on the last one we looked at, one of those sides was a little bit more red than it was the black color. I think that was number 2. This is number 3 right now. And we'll look at the underside of it. And the top side of it. Very nice. I didn't hold the top side for number 2, so I'm going to bring the number 2 back in. So here's the top side of number 2. Very well painted. All right, and then number 4. Kind of scared me there. Growly's got a little scared for a second. All right, let's do a rotate of number 4. Look underneath it. They're pretty much consistent. You know, I think number 2 had a little bit of a darker red underneath it, but for the other ones, they've all been pretty much the same. Let's look at the top view. So that's the crab form right there. Overall, I love it. Crab form is an amazing looking one right there. Now we're gonna look at the aggregate. Aggregate or aggregate? Let me just get these. These things are so sharp that they already broke my glove open. It already busted. All right, so let's look at... We're gonna try and do a lot of this all at once here. So let's look at... Bring this a little bit closer. Okay, so here is the aggregate's head. The glow on them eyes, man. It's so good. So we'll kind of do the same thing. We look at the front of it right there. The paint on the crest is all right. It's not bad. I like that it's painted all the way through the top of the lip right there. On the original set, it's not painted all the way through. Like, there's always a gap. So it always looked weird to me to see that gap, but it looks good painted all the way up this time around. So here's the side. The neck part looks good. So the other side. Nice. And then let's look at the, I'll have to do a little bit of a tilt here with this. So here are, I think the tips on the original were a lot darker, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be the same. And let's look on the back side of it. There's the back side of the appendages right there. Feel like it could have been a lot darker, but again, they're going for that dusty look. Then there's the other arm. So that's number 1. Let's look at number 2 here, which is all the way in the back. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, here is number 2. Yeah, so number 2 looks nice in the front right there. I like the paint on the crest as well. I think the one's crest paint is just a tad better with the coverage. The necks look good right there on the side. There's a couple missed parts of paint right there on the side, right there of the neck too. Or not the neck, of the crest, I should say. And then let's look at the other side of it. Looks nice. Okay, and then let's look at the arm. Push this a little bit further back. Arm appendage. And we'll look at the back. Yeah, it's just more of a washed out, kind of desaturated look throughout this. The original aggregate is way darker, way redder, way more red. All right, and then here's the side of that one right there. So far, I'm not seeing too many different types of variances. I think the variances are very subtle this time around on the aggregate itself. Let's look at the teeth on the aggregate. Looks weird to me. So this is from Rickzilla. He's saying that they look weird. How do they look weird to you exactly? On the aggregate, how do they look weird? Because I think they look a lot better than they did on the crab form. Okay. All right, and let's get a little bit closer. So, and then we've got the crest paint. Actually, I like the crest paint on the third one the best. Yeah. The white's really nice. It's a nice transition. It's not a harsh transition, and the coverage looks good. There's your side view of it. And then let's look at the appendages here. Just kind of repose these a smidge. There we go. Back out a little bit, and there you go. So there's. It's not bad looking. Let's look at the other side here. Back of the neck looks good. Let's look at the yeah, not too many differences right there. Let me one of the legs kind of moved the other direction. Let me just get these to open up a little bit more. We'll put the tail down. There we go. Get the back side of it right there. So that was number 3. Let's look at number 4. The teeth. So Rexzilla is saying that the teeth seem way too white to me. Like I expected there to be some yellow, but to be fair, it's a small figure. Well, they're definitely yellowish white. They're not white though. The white on the crest is more of a real white, whereas the one, it's more of like an egg white. That's the best way to describe it right there. It's more of like an egg white. And you can see that when you look at the crest color. The crest color is more of a regular white, and then the teeth themselves are more of that egg white kind of coloration. So I'll get a little bit closer there. So you can see what I'm talking about. Like that white is in the background right there. That's like real white. And then the teeth are more like that yellow-ish egg white kind of color. So I don't know. I think the teeth look good on this right here. They're very sharp too. I can appreciate that. They might be a little bent from being in the casing. So you may want to take a hairdryer to it very quickly just to kind of straighten them out. Like I can see that the front tooth on this one is a little bent inward right there. Or you can keep it the way it is. It maybe adds a little personality to it, especially if you're gonna army build, right? Yeah, for the most part, I'm really happy with what I'm seeing right now. I think that there's just so much to look at in general. Like, there's just... it's really hard to, without really just sitting here and analyzing the whole entire figure, like a millimeter by a millimeter, it's just hard to really find those variances that are really sticking out. But for the most part, I think it's fairly consistent. If anything's consistent, it's that it's subtly different, right? So that was figure number 4. Let's look at the chests now on all these guys. So let me get this in the frame here. Let me fix the legs a little bit so that they're not... The legs are quite loose out of the box. So you're gonna have, like, it's fine if you're not putting weight on it, they'll pose fine. But because I'm moving it around, it's putting weight on it and pushing down on it not on purpose, it's just kind of how you have to move it around, right? Like if you just pose it there, it's fine. Okay, so we're gonna take a look at, yeah, see when I moved it back, I was pushing down. Okay, so we're gonna focus on just the chest and the legs. So this is number 1. I actually really like how they did the chest for this version of it. Trying to get this in a nice, there we go. Yeah, so I really like how they did the chest on this one compared to the original. It does look nice. And we're gonna go ahead and spin it. And then the underside of it. Underside of it's all black, except for the appendages. And the back side of it. And there's the back side. So that was number 1. Here's number 2. And I'm just going to kind of look at these at the same time. Number 2's is definitely darker in the center, whereas number 1's had a lot more of a brighter red coloration. But I would say that number 2's is far more balanced when it comes to the center. Let's do a little turn around here. And we'll look underneath it. Looks good from underneath. We'll look at the top view of it. I like it. All right, let's look at number 3. All right, compared to 1 and 2 and 3, 3 is very similar to number 2, although it's darker, less reds, balanced on the darkness of the chest right there. So that's not so bad. It's actually not bad looking. You do lose a lot of the highlights that were in the number 1 right there, but it does look, I like the darker bits inside that, so that's really cool. And then we'll do the turnaround. Not bad. Let's look underneath. And let's look at the back side here. Top side, I should say. Lovely. Whew. There's a lot to go through, guys. This is a challenge of my commitment to do these variance comparisons right here, having all these guys here. Give me a second, I gotta reorganize the legs on this one. This is number 4 that we're looking at right now. Whew. Okay. Why did it have to get warm on all these days? It was nice and cool throughout this whole weekend, then all of a sudden, boom, the heat just came out of nowhere. Okay, here is the chest on number 4. Yeah, I'm looking at them all. Number 4 is kind of like number 1. You get a little bit more of that extra vibrant red in the center, but it's not as balanced when it comes to the darker shading. Honestly, these streams are long, but it's even longer because we're going through so many. We're going through 16 figures. So here's the roundabout. Yeah, I thought about originally splitting these up so that we did a stream per figure, but it's just too much preparation to get it all. So I was talking to some of the other guys, Kaiju Canuck and everybody. I was just like, should I just do one big stream or should I just split them up? And they're like, just do one big stream. So that's what we're doing. We're doing one giant stream. That's why I said that at the end of this is like, we may or may not do what we usually do. It's kind of tentative. We'll see how long we've been doing this for, you know? So it's the underside. And here is the top side. Overall, you know, as far as consistency goes, I'd say that it's kind of here and there, you know? It's subtle. There's so much going on. It's kind of hard to pick out what is really, you know, an issue. Let's hear. Smash Blaster says, that's the reverse for me. This whole week was hot and today, and now it's cool. Yeah. Yeah, if you're on the East Coast, it might be cooler now, right? So, okay. So for this, I think I'm going to hold this in hand versus putting it on the stand just for color comparisons. So let's just look at the head first, okay? So here's the head. You know what, let me fix this so that the stand doesn't move anymore, or the tripod doesn't move anymore. So there's that. Okay, so here's the head for number 1. Let's do the front view first. You can get closer. So there's your front view. Oh, let's open up the mouth. Okay. So there's the mouth open, front view. There's no white on the crest. The gold looks great. The horn's got, you know, it's not translucent anymore, but it is painted. And here's the side. I'm disappointed with the shading. There's no shading on the tusks. There was shading on the original, but not on this one right here, so it's okay. So that was number 1. Let's look at number 2. Number 2's head here. Focus. There we go. So here's number 2. It's not bad. It's about the same. I think the transition on the horn is better on number 2. The gold is nice, very reflective. Still no transition with shading on the side of the head right there. No white on the crest. It does get a little bit more red towards the tips though. Inner mouth looks nice. Teeth are okay, they're not bad. Still sharp in detail. So that's number 2. Let's look at number, oh, 1 second. We have, oh my goodness, we have a super chat. We have RoboLizard popping in to give you an energy boost. Here's some dough to grab something cold to drink. Fight on, Task. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate that. Wow. And I'm going to use that to get myself an energy drink at the end of the stream. Or maybe I'll go to Dutch Brothers Coffee and celebrate. One of those two. Thank you so much, RoboLizard. I truly appreciate you and all you do. Thank you so much. Rexzilla says, into the RoboLizard, yes. Check out RoboLizard. Shout out to him, by the way. He does custom paint work and everything. I'm not sure if he's taking commissions right now, but if you are interested in getting some of those custom figures out there or having your figure customized, he is excellent at it. He is working on a project for me as well, so I'm looking forward to sharing that with you all eventually. So again, thank you, RoboLizard, so much. Noah collecting, you could swap the head, let's see here. You could swap the headpiece on this for the OG one and have the translucent look. Honestly, you know what I would rather do is do some surgery, because I am army building. So I am army building these guys, right? And I think what I am going to do is take an original flight form and take its crest off and just swap out the crests, so I can still have that translucent look. So anyways, here's number 3. Here's the front view. I love the gold. The gold is so good. It's so much better on this. The white transition's a little shorter on this one, on the horn. It was a little bit longer on the other ones. Actually, hold on a second. Yeah, okay. And then let's look at the other side here. Focus. There we go. So here is this side. Definitely a lot more weathering details. A little globbed on paint on this one, on the tusks. Not bad. Number 3 is all right. And then we have number 4. Number 4 has got a little bit of a bent horn right there because of the warmth out here. You can just take a hair dryer and you can fix that. I'll be sure to fix that for one of our folks that picked up one of these, so it's not bent when you get it. Number 4 is looking pretty clean, actually, in the face. Yeah, and the tusks are very clean, too. No extra paint glop on there. I'd say that number 2 and number 4. I like those are some really good paint apps, actually. So, definitely, 100%. Okay, let's look at... Let's look at the underside of this guy. I don't know if this is too close. I'm gonna have to lower this table so I can do what I want to do. Okay, so here is the front. So we're looking at the front side of it. So we got the tips. Tips are painted red. As far as the center goes, you know, you've got that nice, it's like a darker coloration. Honestly, it's just really lackluster compared to what we got with the original. Because this bottom part was so beautifully painted, and now it's just very meh. Like, there is shading, don't get me wrong, there's shading on there, but that white color is just blah, you know? And as far as the wings go, wings are looking like that. There's some shading towards the top, which is nice. Let me switch hands here. Hold it by the head. There we go, that's easier. Shading right there as well. It's not bad. Let's look at the tail too. Tail's looking good. It's not bad. So that's the front of number 1. Here's the front of number 2. We'll get further out. So there's number 2. The wings are similarly done. Now let's take a closer look at the center of the chest there. I'm going to flip over number 1 here so I can remember what I was seeing the differences on here. So yeah, so there's number 2's. It's similar. You know, you got the darker paint in the center of the chest. You got the shading on the sides. The wings right there. Red tips. As far as this piece goes, it's a little bit brighter. No, it's darker. It's a little bit darker with the panel lines. It's all right though. It's nothing spectacular. And then let's look at the other ones here. Tail. Tail's about the same. I think, so on this one right here, this segment is a little bit brighter, or darker, I mean, than the rest of them. It's kind of like that on the other one, but not as bad. And then let's look at number 3. So here's number 3. And then let's get a little bit closer. I'd say that out of them, the number 3 is the darkest on the chest. Same thing for down below. What is that, the thorax or something like that? The abdomen. It's definitely darker there. And let's look at the wings, the shading on the wings. It's not bad on that side. It's not bad right there either. Subtle shading towards the top. I think when I angled it more down like this, you guys can see the shading better. And then the front. Yeah, it looks like maybe that one segment is just oddly painted on all of them. It's just that this one is the most apparent. Like, wow, like look at that. Like why was that one not painted like the rest? But it's like that on all of them. But this one's the worst when it comes to that. The tail tip looks nice on this one though. I like the tail tip on this one. And then let's look at number 4. Number 4. We'll take a closer look at the chest. Number 4 is kind of on the lighter side when it comes to that spot in the middle. Definitely lighter on the shading. Same thing with the abdomen part. It's a little bit lighter on that part too. And we'll look at the wing. Wing tips look good there. It's about the same. Yeah, see that piece isn't as dark on this one. It's still dark, but not as dark as number 3. Number 3 had the most. It was so shocking. Tail tip's a little bit darker on this one too. Got a little bit of the red, but it's darker overall. So, all right, and then let's look at the back side of these guys. Let me just straighten out the tail here. So here is the back side. I love the red line down the middle. It's kind of consistent with the original too. Let's get in for a closer look. It's not bad. Still have that shading up there on the sides. Red tips. It's funny, that piece that was dark on the other side, now it's so bright red on this side. It's interesting. Wonder what happened when they were doing this for that segment right there. That's number 1. Let's see if it's like that on number 2 here. All right, number 2. Let's get a closer look here. Two's is nice. It's very balanced, I think. It's not as dark, but it's a nice balance. So you got the shading. That piece that was super red now is not super red. This is the most consistent tail out of all of them so far, number 2. Definitely number 2. All right, and then let's look at number 3. Jurassic Mill Productions, we bought 4 sets. So we're just now wrapping up our variance comparison between these, and we're going to go into the comparison with the originals in just a minute. So there's the back side of number 3. A closer look here. Let's look at that. That looks nice. Yep, number 3 is also consistent on the upper side too. But if we remember, number 3 also had the really bad spot on underside of it, but top side it's fine. It's consistent on that. And finally, we're number 4. Number 4, here we are. I might like number 4 is the best on top. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Little dry highlights throughout there. Yeah, I like that. I'm digging number 4's. And the top side of number 4 is also pretty consistent. So number 1 just was not that great on the top side of it. Number 4, 3, and 2 were all good on the top side with the tail. So, okay. So there's that. Before we go into comparing with the original, I know I said that we were going to go into the comparisons of the original, but let's work on setting up these little pedestals, because we haven't really shown that just yet. So let's try these out. Oh, good. On the actual pieces right here, these little pedestals, if you get them mixed up, I know on the clamshell it tells you which ones are which, but it also still says right and left on them. You can see the R right there. So you know which way to do it. So we've got the right, and then this one should be the left. Yes, it is. And this is for the crab form first. So let's... We're gonna try this. Okay, so let's see here. How does this work? So this is going to go. Let me look at the manual really quick again. And this one goes down in it like this, and you just kind of push down. And that's basically it. It makes it so that, I'm sorry, the focus got out. It's trying to focus on my hand, I bet. So I'm gonna try that again because I wasn't really watching the screen. So, but anyways, so when you do this, it just slots in basically, right? So you plug this in through the slot. You are gonna have to move it a little bit, and you plug them in like that. The middle one doesn't go into any of these slots though. The middle one just kind of hangs over it. I promise you this is a lot easier to do when you're holding it up to your face and doing it. I'm trying to do this while putting it on there. So, but that's how it works. It folds in like that. So, and then let's go ahead and do the other side. You see how it's like the middle one's kind of like lifted off the ground. And then this one, it is the same way. We're going to try our best to do this. So, because when you first start to do it, when you line these up, you're just like, how does this actually work, right? Because it doesn't line up perfectly. Like, see how the back one's farther away? So to do this, we need to kind of manipulate it by pushing them together. And you just kind of push downward. I know my hand is covering this, but it's really the only best way I can do this. I can't do it with one hand. I have to have both hands to do this. And it just plugs in like that. Oh man, it's so difficult. It's so difficult to do with one hand. I'm sorry guys, I have to do this off camera because it's just too difficult to do with one hand. Okay, well, it's as good as I'm gonna get it for now because I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time trying to get it on, but that's essentially it right there. So let me bring the camera back up again. So that's the whole point of it. It's just, I don't know. Yeah. It's all right. It is what it is. That's for the for that form. Let's do the aggregate really quick. Let's see if I can do the aggregate on screen because the aggregate has actual articulation, so we can actually try that. So make sure we got the back right, and then we got the back left right there. Okay, so the aggregate stand is definitely easier to assemble. Mine's kind of janky right now because of the articulation, but you can adjust that. And but yeah, so long-term wise, come on, focus. It's like we don't know what we're looking at. So let me bring this further back. So that's the stand. And I have it in like the worst way possible because it's just like, yeah. Honestly, if I had to choose between the flight stand and these, like these are so unnecessary. The flight stand is the thing that this thing should have come with. These little pedestals, like these are a pain in the butt. Like nobody's gonna use these things. I guarantee you, nobody's gonna use these. Maybe in Japan they'll use them, but out here, like nobody's gonna use these things. Like, there's such a pain in the butt to just to even assemble it, like holding it up in my hand. Nobody asked for these either. People wanted the flight stand. The flight stand was shown in many of the event photos. It was even shown in the very last photo of the factory sample that they did, and then they did a little switcheroo, and they said, hey, guess what? Now you have to buy it separately. And I think that's pretty bad. That's a bad call, you know? You should have stuck with the flight stand. Everybody wanted the flight stand, and now you got rid of it. Now you got to make people pay for it, so that's an L in my book right there. They should have kept that. So anyways, I hate these pieces. I'm never going to use them. I will never ever use these after that experience. And you probably won't either. You probably will not use them either. So, okay. Now we can get into the fun stuff. We've done all that. Let's get into the comparisons, let's do Junior first, okay? First Junior. Let me push these further back out of the way here. So we have Junior and not Junior. I am going to have to switch lens, guys, because this is a zoom lens right here and I can't zoom out. Well, actually, let me see if I can just put these further back. Maybe we don't have to change. Maybe we don't have to change the lens. Okay. Just a smidge further back. As long as they're far back enough, we can do this. All right, there you have it. So there is the original. That's the original Junior on the left, and that is the new one on the right. Let's do, I don't like this angle. Hold on. I like that to kind of, yeah, that's a better angle. Let me just move this further back. Okay. So yeah, here we are, Junior and night version. So big color difference. We have all three Juniors, but we're going to show off just the original first compared to the special color, or sorry, the decisive battle version right here, right? Or I guess it's not really a decisive battle version, but it's the nighttime version, right? So here's what they look like next to each other. Original Junior, and we're just going to call it decisive battle version, just so it's easier, right? And then here is the side view. Yeah, big difference in, you know, the color quality, right? So, and this is why the original will still be something that collectors will seek out, because you have that original coloration, right? You just do. And then let's look at the back. Big differences, right? Let's bring out special color version. Actually, you know what? I don't want to mix them up for chapter's sake, so we're going to just stick with these for now, and then we'll zoom in now. Take closer looks at these guys. So here you go. Let's get even closer. Let's get even closer, yeah? So here they are. So you can see that the nighttime color, the decisive battle version one, it's got that green highlight that is there from the original still. So that's a neat little touch that they've got. The eyes are pretty much the same though. They're the same, they're pretty much the same decal. I mean, maybe a little bit more red. There may be a little bit more red on this side, a little red-orange, but for the most part, they're pretty much the same. I do love the color on the original's claws, though. I am not a big fan of these claw colors on the new one right here. Not a big fan of that color. But I think it's fine just for differentiation purposes right there. Let's look at the feet together, next to side by side right there. Actually, we'll just kind of go down the front side of them. So there's the front view of that. Front view. And you can see that Junior still has that brush, that weathering effect right here on the original. It's also present on the new one as well. So that hasn't changed with the paint deco. The feet are definitely different colors. What I do appreciate about the new one is that the new one has shading on the feet, right? There's actual shading there. Let's bring it even closer. So I mean, there is kind of shading on the other one too. I just like the coloration of this one better. Yeah, I do like the coloration on that one better. Let's look at the dorsal sides of everything here. I'm going to do like a little crisscross action right there. Dorsal color looks pretty much unchanged, honestly. Like the colors of the dorsals on the back of this one are similar. The difference is that there's a little bit of a yellowish green tint in the original. A little bit of a yellowish greenish tint throughout. It's very subtle, and then it's a little bit more bluish tint on the new one. And then the tails. There's definitely way more shading in the tail of the original here compared to the other one. So let's look at the tail of the original. The tail of the original has a way more weathering details and shading throughout the whole thing, whereas the newer one, it's fairly consistent. There is minor shading throughout, but not much else, honestly. So there's also more shading on the feet on the original too, on the side, whereas this one, it's on the thighs, but not so much on the lower part right there. So that is the original compared with the Decisive Battle version right there. Let's get one more look at their faces. I wonder if we can get a little bit closer. This is like all the way to the edge of the table here. Obviously, the original has a lot more dry brushed highlights throughout the whole thing, including the head, whereas the new one, it's definitely more subtle. So let me just go. But remember that this is a nighttime variant at the end of the day. It's not meant to be this one. It's not meant to be this guy. It's meant to be a whole separate piece. So if you do want the daytime variant, you may want to hunt that one down still. Okay, so let's look at, I'm going to lock it up here, and let's look at Special Color Version Junior now. So the Special Color Version Junior, it's supposed to represent the battle against the aggregate in the city. So this is like a daytime coloration, and it is, excuse me, it's supposed to be like dust and debris is all over the figure. That's kind of how it's painted. And I think that when you compare this with the newer Destoroyah set, I think that the newer Destoroyah Evolution set actually pairs better with this figure. Okay, so let's get this one in the shot. We'll go all the way back here again for that. Oh, leg is kind of sticking up. There we go. Okay. All right, so here we are. So we have our special color version, and nighttime. So special color version is more of a desaturated, right? Yeah. And then look at it from the side. And then let's look at the backs. One second, guys. Battery just went out on this light that's above my camera. So I'm gonna hook that back up. All right, 20%. Okay, sorry about that. So there's the back side. And then let's take a closer look from the front. So, and then there's the special color. So again, the special color version of Junior is very, it has a very desaturated look, right? The eyes are also a different color. They're not that deep orange anymore. They're more of that yellowish color. That's kind of like Godzilla's eyes, really. Let's look it down. Just keep scrolling down here. The chests, it's more, you lose a lot of that highlighting that's still there. It's still kind of there. It's just a different color now. You still have the weathering on the leg for the most part. It's still there. It's just, everything's just taken down a notch. And the colors on the claws still match the originals. Let's take a look more of the angled sides right there. Yeah, I agree with that. Null Dude saying, you know, this comment right here, it's definitely meant to be more of the nighttime color. Yes, definitely. 100% it is a night color. So we're getting scenery reflection and the night colors and all that reflecting off the suit and whatnot. So, but here's the rest of Junior right here from the special color version. And then back to our So, for those that don't know, the special color version of Junior actually came with, a beam effect, just for Junior. So, let's take a even closer look now between the heads. And then we'll look at the chest here. Chest and eyes, you'll see the differences, right? You see that yellow in the head, orange, which is more like the original. The little effect on the, it's just lighter in coloration, and it's just saturated, right? So, and then let's look at the dorsals here. So the dorsals on the special color version, mostly a flatter coloration on the back side of it right there. It doesn't match any of it doesn't match the original at all, so just dustier. It's a better way of putting it, right? And as far as the tail goes, all that weathering effect that you saw in the original right there is gone for the most part. It's very consistent with how the night color is done now. And then when we switch these, yeah. So there's that. So yeah, so let's get them all three here in the frame. I'm gonna put the new one in the center, we'll put special color on the right, and we'll put the original on the left. For the first time, guys, you are seeing all three of them in the same shot. Let me bring these further back. Okay, there they all are. So which one are y'all thinking that you like here? Which one? Let me just lock my camera here for a second. Okay. Let's see here. We got stop motions. Where did you get the figures? These figures were picked up from Premium Bandai Japan and imported through From Japan proxy service. Pretty nice looking. Yes, they are. Let's see here. I wish this Junior came with the heat ray. Well, if you have the heat ray from the special color version, you can use it. But I get what you're saying. The new one is just magnificent. New Junior, yeah. The original more is, yeah, I mean, so it is. With the suit and everything, like the original colors and whatnot, by far. It's hand painted by, or the Proto Master, the Color Master was done by Shinichi Wakasa himself, so that is as good as that's gonna get there. Let's see, our colors look so good. Yeah, so that's them. That's all of them, guys. That's them and all on the road and whatnot. There is some things to appreciate about the special color version. It does have a wash, or not a wash, but some weathering details down the crevices right there, so that's pretty cool. It's not present on so much of the first one and the new one, but it does help to differentiate that each of them all have their unique look, right? Let's see here. Rexzilla says, in terms of just Junior himself, I like the original most. Green just gives me the good vibe. Yep. The problem is that the original is, and all of these are all web exclusives at the end of the day, so unfortunately they can never be done ever again, unless they're repackaged differently, right? But as far as the colors go, that's kind of it. So I'm going to flip these off to their sides here. And then we'll do a little tilt action here. So we'll start with Junior. So what do you guys think? Are we digging, are we appreciating all three of them, or is there like a clear, like, you just gotta have this one in your collection? I mean, what are y'all thinking now? Let's look at the back side of all three. Personally, I think that all of them have a good reason to be in your collection if you're gonna get them, right? You got the original, which is the suit coloration, right? And then you've got the special color version, which is the dusty, debris version. And then you have this new one, which is the nighttime color. I think it's pretty cool. All right, and then we'll take one last look at these guys in a close-up. I don't know if we're gonna get them all in the same shot, but we'll do that. Yeah. So here they are. Just kind of doing a little flyby of each of them. Cool, guys. So that's it for Junior right there. We saw the Juniors there, the Junior Bros. All right. Okay. All right. We don't have 3 figures to go through this time around. So we're going to put the other Juniors away, and we're going to go through the Destoroyah, the crab form. So let's compare the crab form, the original crab form, compared to the new crab form. So I'm going to place the original on this side right here. And then I'll put this one here. I think we'll have to go, I don't think we have to go too far back. We'll bring the table up though for this. Yeah, we'll bring these a little bit further back here. Okay. A little bit further back. All right, here we go. So on your right side is the new Decisive Battle version, and then on the left side is the original crab form right here. So it's kind of interesting because in person, I can definitely tell that the new one is a little bit lighter in coloration, whereas the older one is definitely a lot more gloss shine to it. So I guess you could say that the difference is a matte coat. The matte coating is the big difference right there, right? The chest on the original, it's much more colorful, for sure. The difference also with the white on the crest is a lot brighter, especially on the tusks, and the teeth is brighter on the original. The red in overall is just way more vibrant on the original. But one of the things that I do like on the newest one is the eyes. The eyes are gold, whereas they are yellow on the original right there. So let's flip these to the side so that they're facing each other here. In terms of the overall color scheme, I do prefer the new crab form. The new crab form's colors are darker, but I like the matte coat on it. It does lose a lot of the vibrant red that you see on the original. Let's look at the back side. Yeah, look how much more the older one, the original right there has so much more red throughout. It's like the blending isn't even really there on one of those on the left side, but I think the matte paint, the matte top coat looks a lot better than the glossy one. So, and then let's look at the bottom. Let me just angle it like this. So the bottoms of these guys, there's a black wash through the original, and there's no black wash in the new one that's on the bottom side of it. So you can see a lot of the black, especially along the tail. There's so much more black here on the bottom of it. There's a lot of black in the center of it. Even all the crevices, there's just way more of a wash, whereas this is just more of a white with subtle black shading throughout. Or not white, sorry, a red. And it's desaturated. There's no black wash in there though, and especially underneath the tail. The tail is just straight white all the way through. Or red, I don't know why I keep saying white, it's red. So, and then the top side of it, yeah. I definitely prefer the new one. The new one is a better balance of coloration overall, by comparison, right? Let's take a closer look. So we're gonna zoom in now. I'm gonna try to get these guys as close as I can. The problem is their appendages are kind of in the way. So we'll have to do it kind of like, Well, I guess this is as good as it's gonna have to get right here. So here's the original. Maybe we can get just a little bit so that they're in. Okay, let's try that. So original, and then the new one. I think the new one is more accurate to what we saw in the movie overall. Let's see what the comments are saying here. Let's see here. Josh is asking, what sort of paint scheme are the new Destoroyahs going for again? So the new Destoroyahs are going for, so specifically the crab form is a nighttime variant, whereas the aggregate and the flying form are the fight against Junior. So those are more of the debris, dusty debris kind of look. But they're going for a nighttime look with the crab form. I'm looking at other comments to see if I missed any other ones here. They look like a gang. Okay. So let's look at the, I do want to get closer though. So we'll just have to do one at a time because they're so small. So here is, I think we can even get closer, honestly. All right, so here is the original. And then there is the new one right there. Maybe I'll move a little bit further back. Yeah. The original has a lot of paint going on in there. It's got a really red face, but overall color-wise, this just looks better. I don't know if I'm a big fan of what they did for the center, the color of the center of the new one. When you compare it to this one, like this one's pretty gnarly, but I don't think that one's correct by any means when it comes to paint accuracy. It's just a big hodgepodge of paint, right? But I love that it has differentiating different colors, but if I had to pick, I'm still gonna go with the new one. The new one is definitely looking a lot better. Let's look at the sides here. So again, it's got that glossy paint, that wet look. And then this one does not have that. It's a matte coating on top, and it just looks so much better in my opinion. Definitely. The tail tip of the original's got more black wash throughout, whereas the new one is just mostly darker. And we'll look at underneath it one more time. So for the original, look at all the black wash throughout the whole thing on the bottom of it, like even on the tops of the claws right there, the legs, the tail, the little red outlines. The tail's tip is really, really red. It's whatever, you know? But then we get to the new one, and it's just more blended. Like there's still that black there, but it's just blended in. In my opinion, this looks better though. At the end of the day, I think this looks better. It looks more natural. Less like a painted model, more like what it would actually look like. Although I think that the tail at the bottom could have used a little bit more paint. Yeah, I could have used a little bit more. But that's it for the crab form right there. What do you guys think? Are we digging what we see with the new one or the old one? What are you guys thinking here? What are everybody's thoughts? Let me bring these further back here. Do we like the original or do we like them both? How are we feeling overall? Is the video lagging for anyone else? Is it? Hold on. It looks fine. The stream looks fine. Yeah, it's moving fine on my end. I think it is definitely lagging on your end there. It does look fine. The stream health says it's good. Rexzilla says he likes the new one miles more. Outside the chest, new is better in all departments. Excellent. I'm glad MonsterArts is re-releasing older figures like Curio. Yeah, same here. Yeah, RoboLizard, I think your internet's being dumb. Kaijumi, awesome stream tonight. Gotta head out a bit. Have a best. Thanks. We're almost done with this one though. We're getting to it. we're almost done. Okay, so that was the original with that one right there. And then let's go with, oh, I got it mixed up. So now we're gonna compare the aggregate. So on our left here, or your right, whatever you want to call it, mirrored image. So that will be the aggregate right there, and then let me get the aggregate from the new set over here. positioned in a better way. Okay. Let me get these farther back. Okay. So there's the differences between our aggregates. So the original set is just painted the way it is, right? And then the new set, this is supposed to be basically from the special color version junior side of it. It's like the debris, the smoke, the dust from the buildings from the big fight. That's what it's supposed to represent for this aggregate right here. The original has like a darkish purple black coloration throughout the black parts of it, and it is a glossy coating. It is definitely a matte coating on the new one as well, so it helps with that kind of dusty look. Let me go, I'm gonna update my, it's not caught up with the live portion just yet, so let me just get that there just to double check. Okay. Anyways, all right, so yeah, they're looking good. Let's look at the side view of these guys. I gotta admit, I was thinking I was gonna like the original aggregate better at the end of the day, but there's just something about the overall coloration of the new one, and I think it has to do with the matte coating, honestly. I think the matte coating looks pretty good. All right, let's take a closer look. So here we are with our closer look at the aggregates. I think we can even get closer than this, honestly. So here's the aggregate original. So you see what I was talking about right here in the front? It's like this on every single aggregate of the original set. That white line just stops, and it's just like that. I never liked that about the original. And it's fixed in the new one. The new one, it doesn't have that anymore. Yellow eyes again with the original set, and then gold eyes with the new one right there. And I just think that the color on the head just looks generally better. It really does. It really does. Also, the paint on the teeth of the original are just so much, it's so thickly applied, and I think it's a lot thinner, and it looks better on that one right there. Let's look at the chest. The chest of the original right there, it's painted very well, you know? It's done very well. I actually have no problems with that, the way it's painted on the original. It looks nice. And then we look at the new one, and it also looks nice. I think that it is better painted on the new one. I like that it's blended, and that it's not just like dripped onto it, basically. I love the blending. The blending, if you blend it, like, I'm always gonna be sold on blending more than it is like this. Like, that's neat in its own right, but the blending looks so much better. Even if it isn't as colorful, I just love that it's blended better. And remember, like, this is supposed to be, the difference is, this one right here is supposed to be covered in dust and debris. That's why it has the matte coating, so all the darker spots aren't going to look as dark, right? Whereas the original, you know, it's just basically painted like if it was the suit. Let's look at the side. One second, everybody. Okay, sorry, I have lights that come on at a certain time at night. Turn that off. So here's the side view. The tips, like this one, so the original just has like a purple coloration throughout. It's like a purplish black, right? And then for the new one, yeah, it's just a dustier version of it. The black is, a lot of the black is gone, and it's more balanced, more or less. Like there's still black on the body, but on the arms there wasn't that much black on there. Same thing with the legs. I think if we look back at that one again. So it's interesting because I would say, based off of these, how it's shaping up right now, I would say that the original set pairs better with the new Destoroyah Tokyo Waterfront version. Yeah. So let's look at the side of both their heads there. And then let's look at the back side of them. So here's the back side of the original. Yeah, a lot of black throughout all that. The appendages, you can see the big differences right there. The tail tip. And then we'll look at this one. Yeah, it's just a dustier version, you know? All right, and then let's look at the undersides. So, pretty much black on that. Red. You know, it's got that wash under the legs for the rivets and stuff to bring out the texture. The new one uses the blending, no wash. You can see there's a lot of detail that's lost because of that no wash right there. It's still black on the bottom though. Yeah, still black on the bottom. But I like that you can tell. You can see these bottom parts of the spikes better because on the original, they're just flat out purple. They're basically a purple and you can barely see them on that. And then the tail, that's the bottom side of the tail of the new one. And then the tail of the old one right there. So that's the aggregate. Let me put these guys back up next to each other like that. What do you guys think? How are we feeling on this? Let me just lock this really quick. There you go. All right, how are we feeling, everybody? So let's see. RoboLizard says the OG aggregate seems to match the disc. Yeah, I think I probably said that already, but yeah, the Decisive Battle version does match that one quite well, actually. The OG's darker spots I like more. Both Junior and Destoroyah evolutions have reasons to get the newer and older releases. Yep, that's true. Hey, Bear Alpha, welcome to the stream. We're making our way, trucking our way through it. All right, so now we're going to compare the flying forms, and this time I'll have them on the stand. Oh, get these mixed up here. Okay. So here is the original. And then let me get the new one. Okay. So here is, ooh, I might have to move further back with this. There we go. So here's the original flight form compared with the newest one. And honestly, I'm just not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of the new one. It's kind of like whatever. It's a dust paint version of it. I mean, it's fine if you were going to pair it with the special color version, right? It's fine with that. It's definitely fine in that respect, right? But there's just extra details that are completely missing. And I actually think that the coloration of the special color version might be closer to what you see on screen because of when it was debuting. It was during that hazy overcast day, and I think it looks closer to that. But the main points I really don't like about the new one is that the horn isn't translucent anymore. They painted it with this white silver tip. I have no idea why. I don't know what the point of that was. The original is translucent, so you can light that up and it looks really good. But there's parts of the new one, of the old one, that, you know, it seems like it's just so much. Like the red saturation on the back, it's okay. It's all right. But I do like how the front of this is more balanced, whereas this one's just kind of a little all over the place with its red and the black. The tusks on the old one are way better. What's the year gap between these two releases? So the original set was released in 2013. So this is effectively 13 years ago at this point, right? Yeah, 13 years ago, right? 13, 23, yeah. So 13 years ago. That's how long of a distance there between these two. 13-year gap. So let's, I don't know if we're gonna see the bottom of that well, but I'll try. I'm probably going to have to hold these up to see the bottom sides of them. But you can see, obviously, like, the original is just way more saturated in coloration. And I bet you're already starting to kind of see a little bit of what I was talking about, how the bottom is painted better. So, let's take a closer look at the heads. So here is, let me see if I can get this up a little bit more. There we go. So there they are. There's the differences. Yeah, 13-year gap. So yeah, that's it. That's the differences between these guys. And you know, there's things I don't like about the original too. Like the eyes are red on the original and the eyes are gold on the new one right here. Like if I just tilt this a little bit, you can see the gold and it looks so much better. The teeth are painted better on the original too, by comparison. Yeah. Translucent doors, translucency though, I mean, you can't beat translucence, right? Like if I take this light right here and I shine it from behind, that horn lights up, but the original lights up. That's really cool, right? The eyes even light up too. But with this new one, it's painted over completely, so there's no translucency anymore. So I think that's a major bummer. So let's look at the, in terms of the paint on the crest too, like, I don't know. I like the paint on the crest of this one better than this one. This one is just so red and then it's black, and I feel like there should be some shading of some sort right there, but this is more balanced throughout. The tusks, so much better too. Let's get a little bit closer. Question, can we get closer? Let's get a little bit closer, yeah? So that's the original there. And then the new one. Yeah. It's just a shame that they got rid of the translucency, because in the actual promo, the translucency was still there, and then they just got rid of it after the fact. So, but I do like the gold. I love the gold eyes. The gold eyes are much better. So, this next part, gonna have to, let's see if I can get them angled downward a little bit more without them falling over. Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. I might have to stack these a little bit to get this shot right here. Okay. So we're gonna do like a tilt kind of thing. So here's the front, that one, we're gonna just kind of scroll backwards. The paint is really done well on the first one too. Like the red, the blending on the blacks and everything is looking good. The wing, on the wing it's looking good too. And then we get to the new one. And it's just like, it's there. It's just different, right? It's more desaturated in coloration. You know? The pink is brighter. It's a lighter pink on the wings. And again, it's supposed to be like a dusty version of it. It's not supposed to be very vibrant. So there's some takeaways that make sense. But if you wanted like a definitive one, I do think that the original is better still at the end of the day. Let me see if I can get this lower actually on the table here. So let me get further back. So yeah, front of the back. Okay, I'm gonna flip these guys upside down on the stands. Just realized that I could probably just do that, no problem. So let me just flip these guys upside down so we can see the other sides. One second. Yeah, the claw grips on these, sorry, that might have been a little loud. I was bending over to pick something up. Appendage fell down on the ground on the original set here. Okay. Yeah, they're pretty lightweight, so these stands can hold them without a problem. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hold it that well though. We're just gonna have the claw. I'm gonna have the claw hook the neck. Okay, so this is our bottom. Oh. There we go. I have these guys hooked by the neck to make this work. Okay, so I think you guys are gonna see. Okay, so I think you guys are gonna see the big differences here. Okay, so here's the bottom of the flying form right here, of the original, right? So here's the original. There's just so much color detail right there. So much more. The shading is a lot darker on the bottom of the wing right there. The only big complaint I have on the bottom side of the new one, of the original, is that the copyright is right there on the wing. On the new one, that has been moved. It's on the stand now. But even the front of the center of it right here, look at that. The chest, it's like a whiter color. It's just so much better. Everything about the bottom of this one is so much better than the new one. And then we'll keep scrolling down there. Yeah. And now let's look at the new one. The new one, it's just like, what happened? It's so sad. He's so sad. Hold on a second. So yeah, so that's the that's the new one. It's lighter in coloration. Like I said, the copyright is gone from that wing, and it's on the stand now. But like, there's just no color. All the color is gone. There's nothing there. It's got the shading right there. How did we go from that and then making this the nighttime or the dusty version of it? Like, this should still be there. All right, sorry about that, guys. I saw somebody saying that the mic died right there. I don't know when it died. Let me see. Yep, mic died at 5:16. Okay, it's only been a couple minutes. All right, let me hit record. That's why we have a backup. We're recording here locally, and we're recording over there on the camera and everything, so no audio missed and stuff. But anyways, I was saying, yeah, we're at the 4-hour mark of our stream right now. We're almost done. Right now, we're going to compare it with the Destoroyah, and we're going to compare it with Burning Godzilla. And I think because of the timing of all this stuff, we're not going to do size comparisons like we normally do. I think after we do this, we're just going to wrap this up. The stream is already long as it is, so we're going to skip size comparisons this time around. So let's get to the next part here. Let's move this out of the way. I was saying basically, if I didn't say it last time, I don't like the new one. The new flight form is not my favorite. So I definitely prefer the other one. Oh, you know what? There's one last comparison here. I forgot. One last comparison, and that is the extended mouth. So give me 1 second. Let me swap that on one of these guys here. We didn't really do that when we had the aggregate out the first time, so let's compare that real quick. Oh no, if you actually look at my Legion stream, I mean, this will be the longest stream that we've done in one go, but the Legion stream is like combined hours is the longest. Mainly because of all the stuff that I had to do. The assembly and all that. Okay, here's our last comparison, guys. And it is the extended heads with the extended jaw. Let me bring the table back up for this. Okay, this is our last comparison right here. Not much different, honestly. Other than the color, the coloration of the newer one is definitely... Oops. Coloration of the newer one is definitely darker, just slightly darker. But for the most part, the head parts, let's take a closer look at the heads. Because these are swappable heads. It's not that the inner jaw is swappable. It's the actual head, the whole headpiece is a swap. So you can compare that with each other right there. But yeah, that's what they look like. Let's get a little bit closer. So, again, original head, orange eyes. Oh, my bad. Orange eyes, not painted too terribly great on the mouth. Brighter red, this is more of the darker red. I like the teeth. The teeth are painted better on the new one. They're thicker, but they're more defined. And then the gold. It's just better. Okay. Anyways, so that was that segment right there. Let's compare with the whole cast. Let's get the whole cast out of the whole new shebang, right? So let's get Destoroyah, the new Destoroyah out. I'm gonna set these guys really far back in there. And then we'll have the flying form. We'll get the aggregate out. Might have to change my lenses on this one, guys, because this lens is as far as back I can go, and I'm not going to be able to get them all in the shot. So let me set them up first, and then I'll change my lens. Let's see here. We've got Junior here. We got the crab form, and then we have Burning Godzilla. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to change my lenses. I'll be right back, guys. Let me change my lens really quick. We're gonna go black for just a second. Thanks for hanging out. There we go. All right, so here we are. Okay, so here we are with the complete cast. They're all here. Look at that. Isn't that nice? All right, let's see here. I'm gonna catch up with just the chat for just a second here. Whew! The Legion stream was long. Yes, it was. Oh my God. I had to split it up into 2 streams. Like, I was just like, after the first part of that Legion stream, I was just like, I gotta call it. I'm too tired. I did work hard on that one. Yes. Has mad respect for what he's done for... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. I do this because I just love the line, and I just want to share my love with the line with everybody else, you know? So, I think these are really cool figures. If I was a kid again and I was able to get these figures, this is like my dream. This is my dream line. I'm going to guess you're asking if I was going to G-Fest. The answer is no. I will not be at G-Fest. Sorry. I mean, imagine how much passion you have in order to buy 4 of each MonsterArts release and live stream for hours on end about that figure, as well as making a website. Yeah, website came first before all this stuff, but I know there's time for that story. Maybe later. Don't a bunch of fellas here. Yeah, you guys are all awesome. You guys are awesome. How many people are still sticking around with us since the beginning? 12? Respect. If you guys have been here since the beginning of the stream, mad respect for you guys. Super mad respect. Okay. Let's zoom in on this, guys. Yep. So here's the whole set together. We've got our... I can even get a little bit closer, too. So we've got Burning Godzilla here. We've got the forms. You know, all together, they don't look bad. They don't look bad all together. And I'm going to bring out the originals, by the way. We will bring them out as well and kind of compare. The whole set looks great, though. They really do. Yeah, the whole set looks good. Let's swap these guys out really quick. Let's just see, when we mix and match things, like, let's see what happens here, right? So let's, for example, let's get rid of this flying form, right? Let's get rid of this flying form in the background. Let's get rid of that. Let's move this guy out of the way. And we're gonna put the original in the background now. The original flight form, right? Now, how's that look, you know? Let me angle it down more. There you go. I really think, just out of curiosity, you know, let's just take out these other guys too. We're gonna move those guys out of the way. Let's put because I really do think that the original set really does match the new Decisive Battle version of Destoroyah and the original Destoroyah. I think they match very well together. Look at that. Hands down, yeah. If you get the original set, they're going to pair very, very nicely with the Decisive Battle Tokyo version of Nighttime Destoroyah. 100%. Even the original flight form. They all look so good together. They really do. Now, we're going to try something different here. I'm going to lock this up. Still going? I must have fallen asleep. Oh, that's not good. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to get the special color version of Destoroyah out. And we are going to show those with the new forms, because I really think those actually all go together. So the story behind the special color version of Destoroyah, it is painted to replicate its emergence from the warehouse. So we're going to bring this guy into the shot. We're going to take out Junior. And we're going to take out the new Destoroyah. So what does this look like with the special color version of Destoroyah in the background, but with the new guys, right? The new ones. So let's bring those out. Give me a second. So here is the flight form here. So I'm going to move Godzilla out of the shot here for this. And we're just doing a little experiment here where we're going to see how good this set looks. And we're going to bring Special Color Junior back into the shot here. So here they all are. Look at that. This is cohesive right here. These guys they all go together. Special Color version Destoroyah, Special Color Junior, and the new Destoroyah set. And I always said this, as soon as I saw that they were revealed and everything, that this is how it was going to go down. It definitely looks much better, cohesive. So let's zoom in. Let me just loosen that up. So yeah, there's the Special Color Destoroyah. And you got Junior here. They just go so much better together, except for maybe. Crab form still fits, even though it's meant to go with Burning Godzilla at night. But this is a cohesive set right here. Getting all these guys together, the special color versions, like this works. So if you have the special color Destoroyah, and you haven't picked up the Junior, I think there's a reason to pick up the Junior still. And pick up this new set. Okay, so there was that. Let's look at... So here's our last thing that we'll look at together is we're gonna just do some pair-ups, some individual pair-ups, right? So rather than doing size comparisons, what we'll do is we'll do some unique pair-ups. We'll mix and match things, right? So what we're gonna do right now is we will put the Burning Godzilla, the newest Burning Godzilla, with the crab form. And you guys can pose this up on like that. we go. Oops. There we go. So that's what those guys look together. Here's the thing, Rigzilla. Destoroyah is on its way out right now. E-Night Media is the last place to offer it for a deal. I think there's only 4 retailers that still have it in stock at this time. And after E-Night Media gets rid of it, I think it's like $220 or $225. After that, it's all MSRP. And then after MSRP, it's going to be back up in the high market again. So don't wait too long on picking up that new Destoroyah because it's already on its way out at this point. But yeah, look at that. These guys go to, I like this. They go very nicely together right there. Very nice. Let me a little further out. Very cool. Very cool. So those go, these work nicely together right there. Let's do a combination of the aggregate with this special color junior, just so you guys can see a better idea of that. So this is the new aggregate with special color junior. This is with Special Color Junior. No chance for Super 7 little forms. I don't have any of those, no. Sorry. Definitely don't have any of those guys. Yeah, I think Special Color version of Junior definitely looks good with that. Let's do a pairing with... Man, those gold eyes are just like so nightmare fuel. They really are. They really, really are. Okay, and then let's do a pairing with the new flight form with Special Color Junior. It's okay. It really... Like, sure, it matches that dusty environment for the most part, but, like, I don't know. It's not my favorite of the release. Let me just get him to look more up. Get a little bit closer, maybe. I'm surprised Burning and 7054 are still in stock after almost 2 years. Well, I know that the Burning is more recent than the 70th anniversary, but the 70th anniversary is still in stock, yeah. Those are both in stock, but they're very low in stock. Like, Big Bad Toy Store has a ton of those, right? But everywhere else that sells them for a good price, they're already sold out of those figures. Yeah, Monster X is... I think it's basically Big Bad Toy Store that has Monster X at this point, too. So, okay. So, there you have it, guys. Let me bring back the whole cast again one last time. We're not going to get into size comparisons because of just how long we've been going already. So, I just wanted to throw in you know, just these Godzilla, just the whole set this time around, and just kind of mix and match. So let me bring these guys back out. We'll have the whole set out here again. And then we'll do a little wind down of Q&A. We'll get Junior back out here. And the crab form. And then I'll get the other Destoroyah, since we're just have the whole set out here. All right. What an accomplishment. We did it, guys. We did the whole stream. And I'm like, I'm hot, I'm tired, I'm hungry. Woo! Oh, I wanted the crabs to gang up on Suko. Oh, that is a really good idea. Okay, Josh, just for you, because you are a contributor to the Variance program, because you are a contributor, we will honor this request, this one request. It will be done. Oh, why do I do these things? Okay, hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Only because I have Suko out still. Only because I still have it out. Oh, geez. There you go, Josh. I hope you're happy. There it is. Suko is being attacked by a crab. Because, I mean, this is how it would go down. Suko would not stand a chance. In fact, let's do it even better. Let's go a step further. Let's aggregate this guy right here. This is so friggin' silly. There we go. Suko is gonna die. Sorry, the aggregate is so big that I can't really get him on top of Suko very well. But yeah, Suko's not having a good day. Let's see if we can... Right there in the eyeball. I tried. Oh my god, that's so silly. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's so dumb. Oh wait, I got another dumb idea. Because we're just at the end of the stream, why not, right? Oh, this is so cool. I can't believe I just thought of this. Okay, 1 second, guys, 1 second. This is so cool. 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I just thought of this just now. Oh my god. Oh, please stay. Please stay. Please stay. 1 second. This is so cool. Hey guys. Hey guys, look. Look. Suko is gonna go out for Halloween this year. And he's gonna be a Destoroyah. Come on, focus, damn you. Ah! Excuse me. Yeah. Suko is going as a crab for Halloween this year. So stupid. They'll get Kong this time. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm tired and this is just, it's too much. It's too much. But yeah, Suko is, uh-oh! Big reveal, run! Oh, okay. Oh, you know, I also got this guy too the other day, so I don't think anybody really cares, but I did, in case people are like, oh, you don't get the Haya figures. I do. I love getting the Monsterverse stuff, so that was a quick little cameo. Anyways, back to the end of this stream right here, at least for the final moments of this right here. Let's focus on that. 1 second, guys. I like my angle to be a certain way on this end shot. All right, guys. So that is our last shot of the night right there. Just got mine in today. Got Behemoth, Peak Ending, Many, the Titan there, yeah. All right, so with that being said, I'm gonna hold for a second. I'm gonna go ahead and turn that off because we're done recording locally there. All right. Okay, guys, what time is it? 8:45, 15 minutes. I'm only gonna stick on for 15 minutes for just general talk, ask questions, whatnot. That is, oh God, no. See you later, Growly. Hey, thanks for stopping by, man. It was amazing, wasn't it? True Devil Incarnate. I love it. Zuko versus Crab. Exactly. The conclusion to the Godzilla vs. Destoroyah 30th anniversary line. Yes, it is. It is officially done. All right, everybody. So with that being said, ask questions, anything you want about this particular line, the setup right here that you're seeing. If you have any other questions about it, now's the time to ask those questions. I hope I can come across this set in G-Fest. When is G-Fest? Let's find out. G-Fest. G-Fest 2026. It will definitely not be there unless somebody imported it themselves. And at that point, you will spend way more than you need to. For sure. Dusty Krabs is here. Where's Squidora? Oh boy. I'll probably buy all these in Japan next year because it's cheaper. Honestly, like, I don't know if you'll get a good deal on a lot of these, especially the special, well, you might get a good deal on Godzilla, but the others are Premium Bandai exclusives. So, honestly, you may not get that great of a deal because the aftermarket has already hit in Japan for those guys. Think we'll see a proper Junior Decisive Battle version with a new paint scheme, recolored atomic breath effect, and his chest wound. It's a good thought. You know, I would say never with the Heisei figures, right? They always tend to circle back at the end of the day. So we're in round number 3 for a lot of them, round 2 for some of these guys. Junior's on his 3rd round, so until we start seeing Heisei all over again, I'm going to say that we're not going to see them anytime soon. I think there's other figures in the line that do need to, if they do need to get some reissues or some new love, I think that those ones are going to be put in the spotlight now. So. See here. Just now looking at my phone too, on top of everything, seeing if there's any new announcements. Doesn't look like it, other than X plus Batra. Yeah, I appreciate everybody trying to reach out to me through DMs, but here's the thing, my phone is on silent mode and vibrate mode during stream, so I generally don't hear anybody contacting me or talking to me or anything like that. Let's see here. Yeah, you're better to yell at the chat because at least at the chat I can see the when that happens. Really great seeing Heisei 30th anniversary. Batra Mothra, oh yeah, for sure. Has it been nice returning to these older molds this past year or so? I mean, for me, it's kind of whatever. There's some nice improvements over others, for sure. But generally speaking, I'm all right with having the older ones. Like, I'm definitely in the camp of people that are like, if we could just get new stuff all the time, that would be so cool, but I understand that that is something that's not going to happen, you know, because these toy companies, they're out there to, you know, they got to make money at the end of the day, and what better way to do that than to cash in on your existing molds, right? So, yeah, the stream went so long that the big lights that I have are just now dying, so I'm just swapping out batteries really quick so that we can still see these guys in the shot. So give me 1 second, everybody. Alright, got that light back. All the lights over the head, they're dead. They've died. Okay, there's that one. And then there's this one. Yeah, I knew the stream was gonna be long. I just knew it because we had 16 figures to go over. Oh, okay. We're back. All right, let's look at the... It has been nice. Rexzilla says, it has been nice returning to these since it means it's easier to get, but soon it'll be very hard to get for good prices. Yep. It's definitely people who don't own the older modes. Yeah. You guys are all going to love that because you don't own these. And also the Destoroyah Evolution set was just so expensive in the first place. Yeah. Even when it debuted, it was like $95. And I was just like, that's too much for just 3 little figures. But now the aftermarket made it a little bit better where, you know, basically each figure is like 45 bucks each right now at this point. So if they release new Mothra and Batras, what new paint job would you give them, or what would Tamashi give them? Man, they already did the night colors. They did the night color with the special color versions. So honestly, I don't know what kind of color I'd really want other than like maybe the glitter from Mothra during her attack. That would be pretty cool to get that kind of yellow kind of sparkle on it, like actual glitter effect on the underside of the wings. And then for Batra, maybe just like a purple reflection from the prism beams. But if I have to be honest, I'd rather have 2.0s of those figures. I'd rather them redo the wing articulation, and then because if they redo 2.0s, they can go back to the original color scheme. So I'd rather them do that. I feel like they should do a decisive battle Mothra and Batra. Yeah, I hope so. I think out of all the original Heiseis that are left, it's just Mothra, Batra, and King Ghidorah to get to. Hope to see... Oh, and 94. We need a new 94. Hope to see 92 and 93 to eventually go with their figures, those movies that we've already gotten. They're on the survey. As long as people vote for them, there's a chance that they'll do them. I think the goal is to always have at least one Heisei figure on the market every year. So I would say something similar to their special color versions, where the adults come with the larvas and the new mold of the Godzilla. Yeah, for sure. The Godzilla vs. Destoroyah 30th anniversary line is expensive. I mean, any of these figures, when you get them all together, they're all going to be expensive when you combine them all together, right? So the best way to get discounts on these guys, though, is to really pre-order for it from the places that offer really good discounts, you know? And like one of the secret things that you can do here, the one that nobody really talks about is Tokyo Taka Mode. That place, like, they do such a great job at rewarding the customer. For example, right now you can buy special color Biolante, or sorry, the decisive battle version of Biolante on a Tokyo Taka Mode if you're a premium subscriber through them, which is basically free. You pay money down and it gets credited to your account. So it's basically as if you were buying a gift card, but you get $71 cash back. So it's $285 to buy and you get $71 cash back into your account that you can put towards the next figure. And as long as you're ordering exclusively through Tokyo Taka Mode, that is the smartest way to buy MonsterArts figures. The thing is you don't get them early. You do have to pay up front, but you get your credit instantly, and you can stack coupons on top of it if you get coupons when they issue them, And they also have really good Black Friday deals. So if you're not buying anything throughout the year and they still have them by Black Friday, you can get some really good deals. But the ultimate smart way to get MonsterArts for good deals is to go through Tokyo Taco Mode. It's just that you have to have the money up front to do everything. You can't pre-order without a payment plan later and stuff like that. Unless you have a PayPal credit, if you're paying with that, you can have 6 months to pay off. But you need to be a responsible adult if you're gonna do that. Let's see, Robo Lizard says, been a while since I've seen the film, but is the battle damage Mothra and Batra exist? They don't. They could also do battle damage version of those too. Also, does MonsterArts stop doing special color versions and replace it with decisive battle versions? I think so. At this point, we're past the special color version era and we're in decisive battle version instead. Because they did special color versions from 2015 all the way through 2018. And then that's when we started moving, in 2020, that's when we started moving into the decisive battle era, I think. Tokyo Taco Mode is so good, I plan on buying some figures from there. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Tokyo Taco Mode pays out if you buy other figures from Bandai. You're gonna be set with them. Which figure has given you the most headache to deal with? Oh God. Stardust Dragon, man. Handling that figure was not fun. It was not a fun figure. It was a very frustrating figure. Even in the stream, I was just so... That was just so, yeah. It was so horrible to hold and handle, and I have not touched it since that stream. It was not a fun figure, by any means. Was that a firework exploded? Yeah. People in my neighborhood are still celebrating the 4th of July like it's today. The fireworks are out there, and they're the big illegal ones. It happens. So, but yeah, definitely go to Tokyo Taco Mode if you guys are serious about MonsterArts and you just want to save money. That's the way to go. If you don't mind, like I said, you don't mind waiting a long time to get them because you have to wait for the US release. And then also, they just changed their policy too. It used to be free shipping for over $150, but now it's only going to be 50% off of shipping. So I don't know what that's going to look like moving forward, but we'll see. I almost thought you were gonna say Legion. No, Legion wasn't that much of a hassle. It was just like, you know, you had to put it together, right? But once when it's together, like it's fine. Like you can move parts about it, it's fine. Stardust Dragon just was like, it was a nightmare. Like it's a whole balancing act. Nothing was on the way it was supposed to be on. And then when the neck fell off, oh my God, that was like, I had to take off my gloves because I couldn't grip anything. It was so slick. So it was the worst one that I've handled by far. It was the most frustrating. I don't want to say it's the worst. It was the most frustrating one to handle. Chances of Mechagodzilla 75B at SDCC. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Tokyo Taco Mode. Tokyo Otaku Mode. Otaku. The Tokyo Taco Mode works too. When is Amazon adding Kiryu and Tokyo SOS Goji? Here's the thing. The Amazon takes like 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes even a month to solicit their stuff. So that's why I don't wait for them on the pre-order roundup, but they're guaranteed. They always do MSRP. So the price is always going to be in the pre-order roundup. Just check my website off and on. I'll update them the Amazon link once when it's live. Oh no, King Ghidorah 2019, that was so easy to handle by comparison. So much easier to handle. I know other people struggle with that figure, but I think once when you figure out how to balance that figure, it's not difficult to pose at all. So 2019 Ghidorah was no big deal for me. It may be a Stardust Dragon, but they ain't Stardust Crusader. Oh, reference. Tokyo Taco Bell. That does sound good though, Taco Bell. I'm really hungry right now. Other things sound really good. I might go to Dutch Brothers though. Gareth says, oh yeah, never got a chance to say this. I finally got Legion. Awesome! Glad you got it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. There is a light right there. 1 second. Hold on. Hold on, guys. The wife wants out, and when she wants out, she knocks things over unless I move things. Go ahead. Well, you don't have to do it that far. Are you going back in? No. Okay. Yeah, the light almost came crashing down. Okay. Viexing says checks the website all the time. What about Iris? Iris was no problem either. I had no problems with Iris. Iris was... I know some people had issues with those tentacles, but like I have not had any issues with those. Stardust Dragon was the one. I don't like Stardust Dragon. It looks cool, and I wanted it to balance without having a stand, but it really does require a stand to use that figure. Like, with Red Eyes Black Dragon, you could get away with it with some Kiki fix, but man, the Stardust Dragon, the wings are so long and they're so heavy. It's just a frustrating figure. It's a good display piece, and if you compose it very nicely, it's like you leave it there. You don't use it for anything else. The accessories are fine. Honestly, I've only done it once, and I didn't have a big issue with it, but I haven't changed it back or anything like that since then. Let's see here. I'm not sure what happened with Chosen Prime. They never got their copy, yet were also trying to delay my refund. I did get it, and after that gave up to grab one on the last Luna Park copies. So I did hear that with Iris, or not. Are we talking about Iris or Legion? I think you're talking about Legion, right? Yes, Gareth is talking about Legion. So unfortunately, I had heard that there was an accident with some of the Legion shipments. So there were some smaller retailers that did not get their stock, unfortunately. So Chosen Prime was the last one that was kind of holding out hope for, but I think that they were also affected by that. So they were not able to get it, it sounds like, unfortunately. So, but I'm glad that you went to the Luna Park and get one over there. I was glad that you did that. So, which figure do you feel was the most fun to handle? Oh, there's a lot of them that are fun to handle. There's a lot that are fun. Any of the Godzillas are fun. I think the most fun one to handle is Godzilla 2000 from Megaguirus right now. That's the most fun figure to handle at this point. What about Squidora? Oh boy. Oh boy. One of these days I'll finish that video. I was going to put a video out for that and never did. I haven't done it yet. Gareth says, ouch, so that's what happened. What a shame. Yeah, it happened with Unite Media. They were the ones that kind of shared a little bit about it. They said that there was a whole bunch of inventory that they were supposed to get, and then Bandai canceled that inventory, and they offered refunds to the customers right away. I think Chosen Prime was holding out that they were going to get what was promised to them, and eventually they finally got word that it wasn't going to happen. So, but there was an accident with some of the legions, and that's why they didn't make it. Kaiser Ghidorah, soon, hopefully. Oh, Emperor Ghidorah. Oh wait, no, it's doing the auto translation thing. It says Emperor Ghidorah, but I promise you, you wrote Kaiser Ghidorah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Kaiser. All right, guys, that is pretty much what's it? Josh says, which obscure Godzilla figure would you be very surprised if Tamashii made? If they made a Bira or Variance, those would be, I'd be surprised if they made those. Kumonga, Kamankarus, any of those four. If they make any of those four, I will be very surprised. I think it's an eventual thing, but I would be surprised. Yeah, Gabra too. Honestly, I see Gabra more than the others, so I see Gabra happening before Kamankarus and Kumonga. That's just me, though. Anyways, guys, that is it for our stream tonight. Thank you so much for joining us. This was a long one, 4 hours and almost basically a 5-hour stream. I knew it was going to be long because of how many figures that we had to go through. So, but thank you so much for joining us and everything. This was a lot of fun. You guys were amazing who stuck out all the way from the beginning, all the way to the very end. Anybody that's watching this after the fact, thank you for watching. And look forward to, let's see what's next on the docket. We've got our photo sessions that are with the Godzilla 2004 and Gotengo set. That's hopefully coming up soon this week. And then, let's see here, in 2 weeks from now, we've got, oh my God. In 2 weeks from now, we've got the Ride Godzilla coming out. So that'll be probably streamed on the 25th of, oh no, because of Comic-Con. So probably, oh, I got to figure out when I want to do that one because it's going to be a busy week. Anyways, thanks so much, everybody, for joining and everything. You guys are amazing. Have a pleasant night, and we'll catch you on the flip-flop. We'll see you later.